Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of The Princess Bride. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. There are films that occupy a peculiar and tender place in the memory. Films that people return to, not only because they are good, but because they feel like something personally given, something that arrived at the right moment and left a mark that subsequent viewings only deepen rather than wear away. The Princess Bride, directed by Rob Reiner and released in 1987, is that kind of film for an enormous number of people. It is a fairy tale about true love and high adventure, told with a playful awareness of exactly what it is, the irony never cold, the affection always warm, the jokes made by people who believe in the thing they are gently teasing. It is a film that has it both ways, which is the rarest and most difficult trick. It is funny about romance without being cynical about it, heroic without taking itself too seriously, sad in the moments that earn the sadness. It is also a story about storytelling itself, about a grandfather reading to his grandson and the gift that passes between them. Let the story begin the way all the best stories begin, in the middle of the ordinary world, just before everything changes. The film opens not in a kingdom, but in a bedroom. A boy lies in his bed, sick with a cold, playing a video game in the absorbed way of a child for whom the illness has been the occasion for exactly this kind of stationary entertainment. The room is the room of a boy of a certain age. The posters, the sports equipment in the corner, the bedside table's accumulation of the objects of his daily life. And the boy in it is neither delighted by his situation, nor particularly troubled by it. He is in the contentment of someone who has been given permission to do nothing for a day, playing his game. His grandfather arrives. The grandfather knocks and enters and sets down the soup that he has brought. And the scene between them has the small, precise quality of two people who love each other but who are not quite comfortable in the transaction of this visit, who have to find their way through the social uncertainty of generations that share affection without always sharing language. He has brought a book. He tells the boy it is a story he was read as a child, that his father read before him, that the boy might enjoy it. The boy is not immediately convinced. He was hoping for something different, and his hope's failure is good-naturedly visible in the way he accepts the situation. The grandfather opens the book and begins to read. What he reads is the opening of a story called The Princess Bride. And as he reads it, the bedroom around him and the boy are replaced, gradually and then completely, by the world the words describe, which is a world of rolling green hills and blue sky and the pastoral beauty that fairy tales inhabit as their native landscape. There is a farm. The farm sits in the country of Florin, which is a country of the sort that exists in the geography of story, located somewhere in the general vicinity of the real medieval Europe, but not committed to any particular territory on the actual map, bounded by the conventions of the form rather than by history. The farm is the home of a young woman named Buttercup, who has the beauty that fairy tales give their heroines, completely unaware of it, living with it the way she lives with the weather, as a condition of her existence that she has not thought to account for or to use. She gives orders to the farmhand. The farmhand's name is Wesley, and he is a young man who appears in the service roles of fairy tales before the story takes them somewhere else. Apparently ordinary, apparently contented with the ordinariness, executing the instructions he is given, with the patient good nature of someone who has decided that the task at hand is worth doing well, regardless of whether it is the task he would have chosen. Buttercup orders him to fetch and clean and carry, and he does each of these things without complaint. He says only one thing in response to her orders. He says, "As you wish." The words have the surface of simple compliance. The farmhand, performing the function of the farmhand, executing his duties with the appropriate acknowledgement. But the film gives the words a resonance that the surface does not account for, the resonance of something said with more feeling than the saying requires, with more intention than the instruction he's responding to asked for. The boy listening to the grandfather read the book does not yet understand what the words mean. The grandfather does, the audience does. "As you wish" means "I love you." It always has. The whole story is in those 3 words, and they will return. Buttercup does not notice, or does not let herself notice, or notices in a way she has not yet processed into understanding. She begins to notice. The noticing comes gradually, across the days of the farm, in the accumulation of small moments of proximity, the moments when their eyes meet, and the eye contact holds a beat longer than the task requires, the moments when his attention to her has a quality she is beginning to understand is not the attention of a farmhand for his employer, but something older and more personal and more honest than that. She begins to look for him. She finds him looking at her. She realizes she loves him. The realization arrives with the specific clarity of something that was always true, and that has simply, at last, been permitted to be known. She is in the barn. He is nearby. She tells him, or she tries to tell him. She does not have the words for it yet, does not have the courage for the direct declaration, reaches for something that arrives imperfectly and incompletely, but reaches. He looks at her. He kisses her. And the 2 of them are in love in the way of 2 people who have found each other in the uncomplicated space before the world has had the opportunity to complicate things. He leaves for America. He tells her he is going. He has no money, no prospects, no ability to offer her anything worth offering. And the only way to change that is to seek his fortune, which requires going somewhere that fortune can be sought. He will go to America, and he will acquire whatever is needed, and he will come back, and they will be together. She tells him not to go. He is resolute in the way of a person who has decided the cost of the going is worth paying. He says, "As you wish." He departs. The months pass. And then a ship that was carrying Wesley to America is captured by the dread pirate Roberts, who is known throughout the seagoing world as a man who takes no prisoners. A reputation maintained so consistently and so completely that it has become simply the known fact of the situation. To encounter the dread pirate Roberts is to not return. Buttercup receives the news. She receives it in the way of someone who was already afraid of receiving it, for whom the grief had been waiting in every possible future since he left. She swears in the silent, interior way of a grief that has no audience, never to love again. 5 years pass. The country of Florine, as the story finds it 5 years later, is governed by Prince Humperdinck, a man of noble bearing and the kind of intelligence most occupied with its own interests, that has arranged the world around itself with considerable care, and that regards the people within that world primarily as instruments for the arrangement. He is hunting. He hunts with the practiced efficiency of someone who has spent considerable time and resources on becoming good at hunting, who regards the skill as one of the primary expressions of his quality. He is very good at it. He has also decided to take a bride, Buttercup, who has grown into the most beautiful woman in the world in the years since Wesley's death, grown into it, still unaware of it, still carrying it as a simple fact about herself rather than as a resource or a power, is brought before him. He has sought her out. He has watched her from a distance with the attention of someone who has decided they want something and who has assessed the wanting with the same cool efficiency he brings to everything. He proposes. She accepts with the emptiness of someone for whom acceptance is easier than the alternative, for whom the question of what she wants is a question she gave up asking when the ship went down. She does not love him. She says so directly with the flatness of a person who has decided that honesty on this point is the only remaining dignity available to her. He says she will be as happy as he can arrange. The exchange is a transaction between two people who understand the terms precisely. No illusions on either side, the arrangement acknowledged for what it is, which is an arrangement. She is to be the princess bride. The wedding is set. The preparations are made. Buttercup rides out one morning on the grounds of Florine's castle in the exercise that her position now permits her, and she is kidnapped. 3 figures have been waiting. The first is a short man named Vizzini, who has the confidence of someone whose intelligence is their primary currency, and who has converted that currency into authority over the 2 very large men who accompany him by demonstrating to those men, repeatedly and with considerable rhetorical energy, that his intelligence makes him more valuable than any physical advantage they might bring to a situation. He speaks with a certainty that admits no alternative. He has been hired for a job. He is executing the job. The second figure is a giant named Fezzik, immense in the way of people who have been defined by their physical size since childhood, shaped by that definition into something simultaneously powerful and gentle, who has spent most of his life being the largest person in any room and who has learned to move through the world with the care of someone who knows what happens when he is not careful. He rhymes. He does it without quite being able to help it. The words arrive in pairs of sound, the verse form coming naturally to a mind that organizes things in that way. And the rhyming is one of the film's quiet expressions of a character who is more interior than his size allows most people to see. The third figure is a man named Inigo Montoya. He has a sword. He has had the sword since he was a child, because the sword was made by his father, a great craftsman of swords, a man whose genius with the blade was his livelihood and his art, and the thing he passed on to his son, the way parents pass on the best of what they have. His father was visited when Inigo was young by a man who wanted a sword made, a particular sword, with an unusual detail, a blade to be fitted for a man who had 6 fingers on his right hand. The sword was made. The man came to collect it and offered a price that was a fraction of what the work deserved. Inigo's father refused the offer. The 6-fingered man killed him. Inigo was 11 years old. He has been preparing for the man with 6 fingers ever since. The preparation has become the organizing fact of his entire adult life, the purpose around which everything else has been arranged. He has become one of the greatest swordsmen in the world, in service of the day he finds the man who killed his father. He has a speech prepared. He has been practicing it since he was a child. It begins, "Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." He has not yet found the man. He works for Vizzini in the meantime, as the most competent available employment, doing the work of someone whose skill is available for hire, while the actual work of his life waits for its occasion. These three have taken Buttercup and are moving by boat toward the Gilder border, toward a plan that Vizzini has been very well paid to execute, a plan that involves a convenient international incident and the appearance of Gilder having committed an act that will give Prince Humperdinck the justification he has been looking for to go to war with his neighbors. Behind them, on the water, a ship is following. The ship that follows them across the water is crewed by one person, the man in black. He sails it alone with a competence that this kind of narrative produces, the hero's arrival demonstrating itself through the doing rather than through any announcement. He follows with patience and absolute intention, and the three aboard the boat ahead of him can see him coming and cannot lose him. They reach the Cliffs of Insanity. The Cliffs of Insanity are exactly what they sound like. A sheer vertical face of rock rising from the water, hundreds of feet high. An obstacle that exists in this story as obstacles exist in fairy tales. To be confronted and overcome. To separate those who can from those who cannot. Vizzini and his companions ascend by rope. Fezzik doing the climbing for all of them, holding the others while managing the rope hand over hand up the face with the unhurried efficiency of someone for whom this kind of physical feat has the quality of ordinary walking. The man in black reaches the cliff and begins to climb. He climbs with his hands and his feet on the raw rock, no rope, ascending behind them at a pace that Vizzini, looking down from the height, finds alarming and impossible and deeply inconvenient. He instructs Fezzik to cut the rope when they reach the top, to cut it with the man in black still on it, still climbing, and let the solution to the problem take care of itself. Fezzik cuts the rope. The man in black, who has been watching the rope as he climbed, moves at exactly the right moment and finds handholds in the rock, and continues ascending and reaches the top. He is not stopped by this. Vizzini takes Buttercup and runs, leaving Inigo to deal with the man who just climbed the Cliffs of Insanity with his bare hands, and then wasn't stopped by a severed rope. Inigo watches the man in black arrive at the top of the cliff. He gives the man a moment to rest. He tells him to take his time. Inigo is in many ways the most courteous person in this story. And the courtesy is genuine. The courtesy of someone who understands that the thing he is about to do deserves to be done properly. That a great fight between great fighters is a kind of ceremony that should be observed with the appropriate respect. He does not want to ambush the man, he wants to fight him. He wants to know who he is. The man in black does not give his name. He says it doesn't matter. They talk with the ease of two people who have been in the company of a great many difficult situations and who have arrived at a relationship with those situations that is characterized more by appreciation than by anxiety. Inigo tells him he has been in the sword-fighting business for some time and that most of the people he has met have not been what they first appeared to be. The man in black says much the same thing about himself. They draw their swords. The sword fight between Inigo Montoya and the man in black is one of cinema's great duels. Not because of what it does with action, though it does action very well, but because of what it does with character. It is a fight between two people who are genuinely delighted to have found each other, who have been waiting, without knowing they were waiting, for an opponent worthy of what they are. Inigo fights right-handed, and the man in black matches him, and they speak while they fight, trading observations that only two people who are fully inside a thing together can exchange, who have access to the same experience from opposite sides. Inigo reveals that he is not actually left-handed. He switches hands. The man in black, who is also not left-handed, switches hands. They continue. The fight moves across the terrain of the clifftop, up steps, along walls, through the geography that the location provides, the staging using it with the elegance of a choreography that understands that the space is part of the fight. At the end of it, the man in black wins by rendering Inigo obnoxious, not dead. The man in black is not in the business of killing people who don't require it. He props Inigo up against the stone and leaves him there. And Inigo wakes later with a headache and a genuine professional admiration for the man who beat him. Fezzik is next. He is waiting in the grove of trees above the clifftop fight, and the meeting between him and the man in black is exactly what it looks like. Someone very large and someone who is going to have to think carefully. Fezzik has been instructed to fight the man in black without using his strength, which is, for Fezzik, a constraint that removes the only thing he usually needs to win. He tells the man in black this. He is honest about it. Fezzik is honest about most things. The man in black uses his speed and his knowledge of anatomy, specifically of the chokehold applied correctly, that cuts off the blood supply to the brain, to render Fezzik unconscious as well. He props him against a tree with something approaching the same courtesy he showed Inigo. He continues. Vizzini waits with Buttercup at the top of an escarpment, and the man in black arrives. And the scene that follows is the film's purest expression of its comic genius. Vizzini is very intelligent. He is, by his own account, one of the most intelligent people alive. He has, over the course of the voyage, and the climb, and the events of the cliff, demonstrated an intelligence that is real, sharp, quick, analytical, capable of assessing situations with genuine precision. The man in black challenges him to a battle of wits. The battle of wits involves 2 goblets of wine, one of which has been poisoned with a substance called iocane powder, which is odorless and tasteless, and developed by a man who has spent years building up a tolerance to it. The man in black fills the goblets while Vizzini is distracted. Vizzini must choose which goblet to drink. Vizzini argues at length. He argues brilliantly and at considerable length, and with the full engagement of an intelligence that genuinely believes it can reason its way to the correct answer. He gives his reasoning for each possibility and finds the flaw in each reasoning and finds the flaw in the flaw and arrives by the systematic elimination of what cannot be true at his choice. He switches the goblets while the man in black is distracted. He drinks from his own goblet. He dies. The man in black, watching him fall, explains, the iocane powder was in both goblets. He had spent years building up an immunity to it, and the victory was never in the choosing, but in the setup. Vizzini, in his last moment, says, that is inconceivable. This word has been Vizzini's most consistent utterance across the course of their pursuit. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. Applied to each successive event that he did not predict and cannot account for. Inigo told him at some point during the climb, you keep using that word. He does not think it means what Vizzini thinks it means. Buttercup, free from Vizzini, turns on the man in black with the anger of a woman who has been taken and chased and subjected to considerable inconvenience, and who has not yet understood what she is looking at. She pushes him. He falls down the hill. She follows after him, feeling guilty, and in the ravine at the bottom, he pulls her down and holds her, and she fights, and he says something to her, and she freezes. He says, "As you wish." She knows the voice. She has known the voice since she was 18 years old on a farm, when it said those same words in response to every order she gave, with the feeling behind them that she eventually understood and then lost the source of. She throws her arms around him. He is not dead. The Dread Pirate. Roberts is a title, passed from one person to the next, a name that carries its reputation across the transfer of identity, so that each successive holder of the inherits the fear the name produces. The current Dread Pirate Roberts is Wesley. He did not die. He was kept by the previous Dread Pirate Roberts, a man named Ryan, who recognized in him the quality worth keeping, and he served on the ship and learned everything about the sea and the sword and the management of difficult situations until Ryan was ready to retire and hand the name to someone worthy of it. He has been sailing back to Buttercup ever since. They are reunited on a hillside in the late afternoon, and the reunion is everything the film has prepared it to be. Not spectacular in its staging, but precise in its emotion. Two people who believed they had lost each other forever, finding they have not. Humperdinck arrives with his men. Humperdinck has been tracking Buttercup since her kidnapping, and he arrives at the hillside with his soldiers and his cousin Count Rugen at exactly the moment that would make the rescue complete. Wesley and Buttercup are surrounded. Humperdinck offers terms. Buttercup will be returned safely to the castle if Wesley will surrender. Wesley has no leverage. He agrees. But Humperdinck does not intend to keep his terms. Count Rugen, who rides with Humperdinck and who has 6 fingers on his right hand, takes Wesley to the Pit of Despair. The Pit of Despair is located beneath the castle in the care of a man named Yellen, who manages the castle's security, and more particularly, in the care of Count Rugen himself, who has an interest in the place that goes beyond its function as a dungeon. Rugen is a man whose intellectual curiosity has found its field of expression in the study of pain in a terrible way, who has built the machine, a device of his own design and construction, for the systematic exploration of what suffering does to the human body and the human mind. He approaches the subject with the detachment of a scientist and the enthusiasm of an artist, and Wesley is his newest subject. Wesley has been told in the dungeon by Humperdinck himself that he is going to kill him, not immediately, but before the wedding set for the following day. The telling is designed to be the first installment of the process Rugen has prepared. Buttercup is back in the castle. She dreams. The dream is a nightmare, and the nightmare is the one her life has prepared her for. Everything she fears shown without the protective distance of waking life. She dreams of being old and being taunted by a crowd for having chosen safety over love, for having agreed to a marriage without love, for having, in the most fundamental sense, betrayed the person she was. She wakes from the dream, shaken. She goes to Humperdinck. She tells him she knows he can find the Wesley, that with his tracking skill and his resources and his determination, he could find anyone he chose to pick. She asks him to find Wesley and return him to his ship. She says that she will not love Humperdinck, but that she will be loyal to him, that the marriage will be the arrangement they both understood it to be, but that Wesley must be safe. Humperdinck agrees. Humperdinck has no intention of finding Wesley. He has been running the kidnapping himself from the beginning. Vizzini hired with Humperdinck's money, following Humperdinck's instructions, executing a plan designed to provide Humperdinck with the pretext he needs to start a war with Gilder that he has wanted to start for some time. He's not a man who is troubled by the gap between what he says and what he intends. He is a man who manages what he says as a tool, as a surface beneath which the actual planning happens, entirely unrelated to the declarations. He tells Buttercup he will do as she asks. Then he goes to the pit of despair and tells Rugen to use the machine at its highest setting. In the forest outside the castle, Inigo Montoya and Fezzik have found each other. They have been finding each other, or failing to find each other, or wandering separately through the story's margin since the man in black defeated them at the cliff. Inigo has been drinking. He has been drinking in the way of someone whose purpose has been thwarted, not by defeat, but by the simple failure of the world to produce the thing he has been preparing for. The six-fingered man has not appeared, cannot be found, and the waiting for him has stretched into years that have produced nothing to show for the waiting except the drinking and the accumulated weight of a life organized around a purpose that has not been permitted its completion. Fezzik finds him and sobers him up with the specific directness of a very large person applying cold water and physical urgency to a smaller person who needs to be functional in the near term. He tells Inigo something. He has found the six-fingered man. The six-fingered man is Count Rugen, who rides with Prince Humperdinck, who is at this very moment in the castle, preparing for a wedding. Inigo is immediately and completely present, in a way he has not been present for years. The alcohol receding, the purpose returning, the life that has been organized around this moment, recognizing that the moment has arrived. He needs the man in black. But the man in black, as they understand it, may not be in a condition to be needed. They have heard the sound that came from beneath the castle earlier. The sound of the machine at its highest setting, which is a sound that carries through the walls and the ground with the specific quality of something that is wrong in the most fundamental way, a sound that no one who heard it forgot and that no one who heard it was comfortable about. The sound was Wesley dying. He is not entirely dead. He is mostly dead. This is the distinction that Inigo and Fezzik, having retrieved the mostly dead Wesley from the pit of despair with the help of the albino who tends it, must now work with. Mostly dead is slightly alive. There is somewhere to go from mostly dead, if you know how, and if you can find someone who knows how. They go to see Miracle Max. Miracle Max lives in a cottage in the forest, and he is retired. He did not retire voluntarily. He was fired by Humperdinck in the specific way that people are fired by people with absolute power, which is to say he was fired humiliatingly and completely and in the presence of witnesses. And the humiliation has settled into his domestic life as a persistent sourness that his wife Valerie has been managing with the patient exasperation of a woman who loves her husband and is very tired of it. He does not want to help. He is persuaded. He is persuaded by the combination of Valerie's encouragement, delivered in the way of a woman who has figured out how to push her husband toward his better self by appearing to push him the opposite direction, and by Wesley's mostly dead declaration. A whisper from somewhere beneath the dying contains the words, "True love." Max is moved. True love is, as he tells them, the greatest thing in the world, except for a nice MLT, a mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. He makes a pill. The pill is a miracle pill, a chocolate-coated wafer that, when consumed, will restore Wesley to life for a limited time. Long enough, Max assures them, to get them through the wedding and to storm the castle and to do whatever needs to be done, after which the pill's effects will sustain or they will not, and he will either be entirely alive or entirely dead, with no more of the middle category available. They have until sunset. They go back toward the castle with Wesley, who cannot yet move, who lies in their arms, restored to consciousness, but not yet to the use of his body, which requires a little more time. He tells Inigo and Fezzik the plan he has assembled from the information available to him. The plan is not elaborate. The plan is storm the castle, which has the advantage of directness and the disadvantage of requiring more than 3 people and a mostly alive man. Wesley says, storm the castle. So they do. The storming of the castle has the quality of the film's entire sensibility concentrated into a single sequence, heroic and ridiculous and genuinely exciting and warm-hearted all at once, with each of the principals engaged in their own parallel thread of the thing. Fezzik wears the cloak of darkness and carries a Holocaust cloak burning at the edges to produce a terrifying visual effect, posing as the dread pirate Roberts and his terrible army in order to panic the gate guards. The terrible army turns out to be Fezzik alone, but Fezzik alone in the dark with fire, and the right voice is enough to produce the effect required. Inigo goes for Rugen. Wesley, carried by Fezzik, has been delivered to the castle's interior, and from there is set up in a position from which, still unable to move much, still running on the miracle pill's receding effectiveness, he must create the impression of someone who is entirely capable of doing what he is about to claim he is going to do. He is given a sword and propped up in what he hopes looks like a posture of threat. Humperdinck enters. The confrontation between Wesley and Humperdinck in the bedroom where Buttercup has been waiting is the film's most elegant deployment of the bluff. Wesley cannot actually fight Humperdinck, cannot stand, can barely hold a sword. What he has is the voice and the knowledge of what Humperdinck is, and knowing that a bully's courage is not the courage of someone who has ever had to face something genuinely dangerous, but the courage of someone who has always operated in conditions where the danger was managed in advance by his position. He tells Humperdinck exactly what he is, a coward. He offers to fight. Humperdinck assesses the situation with the eyes of a great hunter, looks at the man across from him, and ties Buttercup to a chair. The great hunter's nerve fails entirely. Wesley tells him, "Drop your sword." And Humperdinck, the predator who tracks and kills and never loses, drops his sword and sinks to the floor. And it is the film's cleanest joke, its most complete deflation of a certain kind of man. The man whose authority rests on the absence of anyone willing to challenge it, who discovers that the authority was always more performance than substance. Wesley says to Buttercup, "I told you I would always come for you." He says, "This is true love. You think this happens every day?" Inigo is chasing Rugen. He finds him in the corridors of the castle, the 6-fingered man who has been Count Rugen for all the years since he killed Inigo's father, in front of a child with a sword, who has lived very well and moved in very high company and never been made to answer for the thing he did. He runs when he sees Inigo. Inigo follows. The chase becomes a fight, and in the fight, Rugen stabs Inigo in the side, which slows him but does not stop him, and the scene becomes the film's most genuinely moving action sequence. Inigo wounded, advancing, saying his speech, his life's purpose, finding its completion, through the power of the words that have carried him to this place. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. He has said it many times in his life, in practice, in imagination, in the endless rehearsal of a person preparing for a moment that has not yet arrived. He says it now for the first time to the person it was prepared for. Rugen offers him money. Inigo says he wants his father back. He finishes it. It is done. The six-fingered man is dead, and Inigo Montoya has completed the thing his life has been organized around, and he stands in the corridor of the castle and finds that the completion has produced a feeling he was not entirely prepared for. The feeling of a man who has reached the destination he has been walking towards so long that the walking was the whole of his existence, who does not know what comes next. Wesley, who has been listening from somewhere nearby, offers a suggestion. He says Inigo might consider a new career. He says that the dread pirate Robert's job has recently come open. The four of them leave the castle. They come out into the night air and find the horses that Fezzik has prepared, because Fezzik thought ahead in the way that Fezzik consistently does, with the practical care of someone whose size makes him responsible for the physical logistics of everything, and who takes that responsibility seriously. 4 horses, one for each of them. They ride. Buttercup and Wesley ride together into the night, and the film gives them the image of the fairy tale. 2 people on horseback moving away from the place that tried to keep them apart, moving toward the open country that the story has been promising since the beginning. But first, Buttercup has been watching the rescue from the position of someone waiting and who does not know how to feel about the person she is being rescued by. Not because she does not love him, but because the 5 years between the ship and the hillside and the castle have produced a pain that the reunion on the hillside resolved only partially. She says something. She says she thought he left her once and would leave her again. Wesley says death cannot stop true love. He says all it can do is delay it for a while. She kisses him. The grandfather, who has been reading all of this to his grandson, pauses. The boy, who has been listening with the absorbed attention of a person who has been captured, who began the story reluctant and has ended it leaning forward, who has moved from the video game to the book without noticing the distance he traveled, asks if the grandfather can come back tomorrow and read it again. The grandfather says, "As you wish." The door closes. The story is over. The story is not over. It is the kind of story that continues in the person who received it, that lives in the reader after the book is set down, that populates the imagination with its people and its places in the way of stories that have done their work well. The bedroom that opens the film deserves more time than it is often given, because the film gives it great care, and the care is doing real work. The room is an accumulation of a life in progress, things chosen and discarded and kept for reasons the chooser could not always explain. The evidence of a person forming themselves through the objects they surround themselves with. There are sports pennants on the wall, the equipment of the games played and abandoned, books and small trophies, and the general texture of a room that is lived in rather than arranged. The boy in it has the pallor and the restlessness of a child who has been sick for a day and who has extracted everything available from the situation and who is now simply occupying the remaining hours until he is well enough to return to the life outside the room. The grandfather's arrival changes the quality of the room without changing anything in it. He enters with soup and with the book and with the particular manner of a man who is trying, who is reaching across the specific distance that can exist between generations when the generations do not share the obvious common ground of age and interest, who is offering something and who is aware that the offering might not land. The relationship between them is warm but slightly shy, the warmth of people who love each other operating in a register that neither of them has quite calibrated for the other. He offers the soup. He offers the book. He is a little uncertain. The boy is not immediately convinced. He has been told it has fighting in it. He is somewhat more interested. He has been told it has a bit of sports. He is cautiously willing to hear more. His resistance is not hostility. He has been given something adult-shaped when he expected something child-shaped, and does not yet know it will find him exactly where he is. The grandfather reads. The first words of the story, the calm, slightly formal voice of the narration that describes the farm in Florin, and the young woman who lives there, and the farm hand who works for her, begin the transition from the bedroom to the book's world, and the film handles the transition with simplicity, which is the right choice. It does not make the transition a spectacle. It makes it the most ordinary thing in the world, a voice and a listener, and the door that opens between them. The farm in Florin has the quality of places that fairy tales build to establish their baselines, the ordinary world from which the adventure will depart. It is pastoral and green and unhurried, a place where the days move by the rhythms of the work and the season, where the relationship between a young woman and a farmhand can develop slowly across many months of ordinary proximity without requiring any particular event to advance it. Buttercup is not kind to him exactly. She is not unkind either. She is oblivious in the way of someone who has not yet extended her awareness to include the person who is simply there, the farmhand who has been there as long as she can remember and who occupies a fixed position in the landscape of her daily life, who she thinks of the way one thinks of fixtures rather than people. She gives him orders because he is there to be given orders, because the orders are what the situation produces, and she is simply producing them. He executes the orders with the same unvarying good nature, the same willingness, the same as you wish. The repetition of the phrase is important. The film gives us several instances of it before Buttercup understands what it means. Several instances in which the audience sees what she cannot quite see, which is the feeling behind the compliance, the love inside the agreement. Each time he says it and means it, and each time it lands as only task completion, and the gap between what he means and what she hears is the film's early source of warmth, the warmth of watching two people who belong together not yet know it. The moment she realizes runs the sequence in reverse. She is going through the events of her daily life, the routine of the farm, the orders given and obeyed, and something shifts. The film gives this shift to the face, a look held, a look that on her side has gone from not seeing to seeing, from oblivious to fully present. She begins to notice what has been there all along. She begins to look for him when he is absent, and finds that his absence is a condition worth noting, which is itself the information she needed. She realizes she loves him on a day in the barn, and the realization is quiet in the way that real realizations often are, arriving not like lightning, but like something that has been approaching slowly and has simply, at last, crossed the threshold from the edge of awareness to the center of it. She goes to him. They are briefly awkward in the way of two people who have been circling something and are now standing in it, who have more feeling than they have language for. He kisses her. The problem of language is resolved in the simplest possible way. They have, for a short time, exactly what they have been building toward. The leaving feels different from the way it first sounds. Wesley leaves not because he does not want to stay, but because staying, in the conditions available to him, is a form of failing her. He has nothing. He is a farmhand, which is to say he has his labor and his competence and the love he has been expressing through the doing of the work, but he does not have the material foundation of a life they could share with any dignity. He has assessed the situation with the same directness he brings to everything else, and he has concluded that the only way to change the situation is to go somewhere the situation can be changed. He will go to America, which is, in the geography of this story's world, the place where the possible becomes available, the destination of people who need a different set of conditions than the ones they were born into. He will go and he will return, and the return will be the return of someone who has earned the right to offer something worth accepting. He tells her this. She tells him not to go. He goes. The words he leaves with are the same words he has been saying all along. As you wish. And then the ship is taken, and the news comes, and Buttercup receives the news of the dread pirate Roberts in the way of someone for whom the specific information confirms the specific fear that has been living in her since the morning he left. The fear that the ocean's distance produces, the vulnerability of not knowing, of having to take the world's word for what is happening on the far shore. She closes herself. The grief is not performed. It is not theatrical or expressed in ways that ask for witness. It is simply present. The closing of something that was open, the withdrawal of the person into the person, the interior going quiet of a human being who has decided that the having of that kind of love again is not a risk they are prepared to run. She does not say this. She simply inhabits it across the 5 years in the country of Florin under the hand of Prince Humperdinck. Prince Humperdinck is a man the film renders with the economy of a villain who is all surface, all presentation and plan, with no interior that the presentation is covering except more planning. He hunts because hunting is what a certain kind of man does when he wants to demonstrate the fact of his own capacity, when the demonstration of mastery over something is the primary emotional register available to him. He is very good at hunting. He is good at it the way a machine is good at what it was built for. He chooses Buttercup with the same efficiency he chooses his quarry. He has assessed the field and determined the most beautiful woman in the world, and determined that the most beautiful woman in the world is an appropriate ornament for the position he occupies, and that the position of bride is available to be filled, and that filling it with the most beautiful woman in the world is the correct optimization of the available resources. There is nothing of love in it, and he does not pretend there is. His honesty about this is the only form of respect he offers her. The wedding preparations that follow have the atmosphere of a machine being assembled. Each piece put in place with precision, each element of the ceremony arranged to produce the outcome Humperdinck has planned for, with Buttercup in the center of the assembly as the necessary component without whom the machine cannot function, but who is valued primarily for that function rather than for herself. She knows this. She accepts this. She accepts it with the resignation of someone who has given up on a different version of things, who has decided that what is available is what she will take because the alternative is to want something that is no longer available to be wanted. She does not love Humperdinck. She will not love Humperdinck. The arrangement is the arrangement, and she will honor it in the way she honors most things, directly and completely, without pretending it is something it is not. The three who kidnap her are, each of them, operating at a remove from the life they actually want. Vizzini wants authority. He has constructed around himself the authority that he commands through the simple assertion of his intelligence's superiority, having understood early that the most efficient way to manage large and powerful people is to make them believe you are more valuable than they are, which requires only that you be more intelligent than they are, and that you be willing to say so repeatedly and with conviction. The authority he has constructed is real in its effects. Inigo and Fezzik follow his directions, even as its foundations are somewhat precarious, resting as they do on a man who has never actually been tested by something he could not predict. Inigo wants the man with 6 fingers. This is the whole of what Inigo wants, and the wholeness of the wanting is both his defining quality and his defining limitation. He has been so entirely organized around the single purpose that the rest of his life has happened in the margins of the purpose. The swordplay developed in service of the eventual confrontation, the employment with Vizzini maintained as the nearest available use of the swordplay, the drinking as the management of the years when the confrontation refuses to arrive. He is a man in the waiting room of his own life. Fezzik wants to belong somewhere. He is not dramatic about this. It is not an expressed want, not something he articulates or even perhaps fully recognizes. But the film shows it in the way he behaves in the company of Inigo, the way his face changes when he is with someone whose company he trusts, the way the rhyming is more frequent and more relaxed in the presence of a friend. He has been the largest person in every room he has ever been in, and the largeness has meant that most rooms have been uncomfortable in the way of rooms that cannot quite accommodate what you are. With Inigo, and eventually with the others, he is simply large and useful and present, which is enough. The Cliffs of Insanity sequence sustains something across its length, the sense of obstacles worth taking seriously, rather than as mere plot mechanics, as things that the story inhabits fully rather than dispatches quickly. The cliff is very high. The rope is genuinely taxing. The man in black climbing behind them without a rope is genuinely alarming. Fezzik climbing the cliff with 3 people is the sequence's first great image. The quiet power of it, the patience, the hand over hand over hand up the face of the rock, with the weight of 3 others, and not a flicker of strain visible in his face, because this is simply what he does, the most available expression of what he is. He does not perform the effort. He simply performs it. The man in black's ascent without the rope is the sequence's second great image, and it is great in a different register. Not the quiet power of the capable person doing their best thing, but the recklessness of someone who has decided the obstacle is going to be gotten over, and that the obstacle's decision about this is not particularly relevant. He climbs because climbing is what the situation requires, in the same way that he does everything the situation requires, with the quality of someone whose will has been organized around a single direction so completely that the obstacles in that direction are simply the texture of the path rather than reasons to reconsider. When Inigo gives him time to rest at the top of the cliff, when he steps back and waits for the man to recover before beginning the fight, the gesture is received by the man in black with the slight surprise of someone unaccustomed to consideration from opponents, and then with the simple gratitude of someone who needed a moment and has been given one. The moment is small and the film does not linger on it, but it establishes something about both of them that the subsequent fight confirms. These are people who know how to behave. The fight unfolds with the pacing of a conversation conducted through steel, a long exchange, exploratory and escalating, in which each party is discovering the other's capabilities in real time and adjusting accordingly. It is the opposite of the kind of fight that resolves quickly through decisive advantage. It is the kind of fight that resolves through the slow revelation of what each person is, which takes time and which the film is willing to give. The switching of hands is the sequence's pivot, the moment when the fight becomes a different fight, when what was already impressive is revealed to have been only a portion of what was available. Inigo switching from right to left opens the match in a new direction. The man in black switching to match him opens it further. They are now in the territory where both people are fully extended, where the question is not who is more skilled, but whose fullest extension is larger. And the answer arrives in the way that answers in this kind of contest arrive. Not decisively, but gradually, the margin becoming visible only when the end is already approaching. The man in black wins. He wins with the restraint of someone who wins without needing to exceed what the winning requires, using only what is necessary, leaving Inigo alive and propped against the stone, continuing toward the next obstacle without any ceremony about the completion of this one. Inigo wakes with his headache and considers what happened. He considers it the way a professional considers a defeat. Not humiliation, but information. Information about the level available to a person who trains as he trains and prepares as he prepares. Information about the gap between what he is and what the best is. He is not diminished by it. He is, if anything, clarified. The Battle of Wits with Vizzini is the film's most committed comedy sequence, and it maintains its commitment across an extraordinary length. The length is essential. The comedy requires Vizzini to develop his reasoning at full speed, to give it everything, to genuinely engage the problem with the full power of the intelligence he has been claiming throughout. If the reasoning were brief, the joke at the end would be cheap. Because the reasoning is elaborate and sustained and genuinely clever in its construction, the joke at the end is earned. There is also something true in the joke, beyond the comedy. The man in black wins not because he was smarter in the moment, but because he prepared in the time before the moment. He built up his immunity over years, which means the victory belongs to the preparation as much as to the performance. This is, in a small way, the film's argument about competence. That the people who can do the remarkable things reliably are the people who did the unremarkable work of preparation when no one was watching and there was no occasion for it. Wesley spent years on the ship learning to be the dread pirate Roberts. Inigo spent 20 years learning to be what he needed to be for the confrontation with Rugen. Fezzik spent a childhood and an adolescence being exactly the giant the story needed. The remarkable is always built on the unremarkable. The fire swamp is the film's most extended adventure sequence, and it serves a function beyond adventure. It is the place where Wesley and Buttercup have the time and the conditions to be with each other again after the years of separation, to find their way back to the ease of the farm, in the context of a place that is trying to kill them, which is a context that cuts through any remaining distance with considerable efficiency. The flame spurts, the lightning sand, the rodents of unusual size. The dangers of the fire swamp are cataloged with the deadpan precision of someone who knows the dangers and who is not particularly alarmed by them, who has assessed the fire swamp as a challenge rather than as an impossibility, and who approaches the challenges with the practical inventiveness of someone for whom practical inventiveness is simply the mode. He tells her how to avoid the flame spurts. He identifies the lightning sand. He handles the rodent of unusual size. Buttercup observes through all of this that he seems to have become a different person from the farmhand who left, which is both obviously true and, in the deeper sense, not quite right. He is the same person who said "as you wish" and meant it. He is that person with the years and the ship and the training added to what was already there. What was already there was always what mattered. The capture by Humperdinck at the edge of the fire swamp, after all of this, has the quality of genuine unfairness. The thing the adventure built so carefully, the reunion and the fire swamp, and the conversation about the years apart, interrupted by the arrival of the authority that has been looking for them and that arrives at exactly the wrong moment. The arrangement Humperdinck offers, Buttercup returns safely if Wesley surrenders, is a deal Wesley cannot refuse, and Humperdinck knows this. The Pit of Despair is the film's darkest location in both senses. Literally underground and literally the place where the story's stakes become most serious, where what is being risked is not adventure but actual death, where the mostly dead man is mostly dead. The machine that Count Rugen has built there is treated with the sobriety appropriate to a device for causing suffering, not for comedy, not for spectacle, but as the evidence of a man who has dedicated his considerable intelligence to the wrong thing, who has found in the study of pain the outlet for a curiosity that could have been used for anything else. Rugen is the film's quietest villain, and in some ways its most disturbing one. Humperdinck is knowable. His motives are power, his methods are calculation. His entire person is organized around the transparent pursuit of what he wants. Rugen is different. He studies pain with the detachment of a scientist, the enthusiasm of an artist, the complete absence of any apparent relationship to the suffering of the people he is causing to suffer. He is interested, and he is meticulous, and he is oblivious to the humanity of his subjects, which is a form of evil that the film does not anatomize at length, but that it presents clearly enough. He is also the man who killed Inigo's father. When the film brings these two threads together, Inigo's 20-year journey and Rugen's continued comfortable existence as Count in Humperdinck's court, the bringing together has the quality of a thing arriving at its appointed time. The story's pieces finding the configuration they were always moving toward. The chase through the corridor, the stabbing, the advancing wounded man with the speech on his lips, the terror visible in Rugen's face. A man who has spent his life causing pain, receiving at last the knowledge that pain is coming for him. The speech arrives in the corridor with the weight of every repetition that preceded it. With the full 20 years of practice and waiting and being asked in taverns what his story is and saying, I am waiting for you, Vizzini. Well, he is right behind me. Inconceivable. No, I have been in the revenge business so long. The words have been said and said and said. They are said now for the last time to the person they were always for, and the saying is both comedy and ceremony. And the film holds both, without resolving one into the other. I want my father back, you son of a bitch. He finishes it. The silence that follows is the film's most carefully handled. Inigo standing in the corridor, the purpose completed. The person he has been for 20 years no longer required by the situation. The question of who he is now arriving without warning. The film gives it space, lets him stand in the completion of his purpose and feel the emptiness of having arrived. Then Wesley's voice, dry and fond and completely appropriate. Have you ever considered piracy? It is, in its own way, another As You Wish. The reunion between Buttercup and Wesley in the castle bedroom has the quality that the film has been building toward across its entire length. The quality of a moment that has been paid for by everything that preceded it, and that therefore arrives not as a surprise but as a confirmation, as the thing the story was always going to arrive at, and that arrives without diminishment, because the arriving was never in question, only the path. Buttercup has been sitting in the darkened bedroom waiting for a rescue she was not sure was coming, and Wesley is there, and the words about always coming for her land, with the force of something said once in a different life, and now said again with everything that happened between. She says, "But why didn't you tell me you were alive?" He says he was only mostly alive. The answer is comic and, in the way of this film's best moments, exactly true. He was only mostly alive in the Miracle Max sense, and the mostly dead state of a man who has been in the pit of despair is its own kind of answer to the question of why communication was complicated. The comedy is the truth. Then Humperdinck arrives, and Wesley performs the bluff that is the scene's real business, and the bluff works because of what Humperdinck is, a man who can track and hunt and manage and plan, but who has never faced something genuinely dangerous, who has never been in the position of someone who cannot predict the outcome, who has organized his entire existence around the management of conditions such that the outcome is always already determined before the situation begins. He looks at Wesley across the room and he cannot read him, and for Humperdinck, not being able to read something is the equivalent of encountering the cliffs of insanity without a rope. He drops his sword and sinks to the floor. The 4 horses that Fezzik arranged are waiting, and they ride. The riding away is the image the story closes on, or nearly, because before the close, the film returns to the bedroom, to the grandfather and the grandson, to the frame that has been holding the fairy tale this entire time. The grandson has been listening. He has not been skeptical or bored or resistant for quite some time. He has been inside the story in the way that children go inside stories when the stories find them, completely, without the protective distance of adult self-consciousness inside it. He wants to know if they get away. The grandfather says it is possible they made a slight wrong turn and plummeted to their deaths. But everyone agrees that the most likely outcome is that they lived happily ever after. The boy wants to hear it again tomorrow, and the grandfather says, as you wish. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. The Princess Bride is a film about love. This is not a particularly surprising observation, since the film says so directly and repeatedly, and the saying is part of the point rather than a simplification of it. But the form of love the film is interested in is worth considering, because the love in this story is not the love of sentiment, or of longing, or of the beautiful pain that romantic narratives often organize themselves around. It is the love of commitment. The love expressed not in feeling, but in action, in the repeated declaration of "I will always come for you," and the specific repeated fulfillment of that declaration across whatever conditions the story produces. "As you wish" is the film's central statement, and it earns its centrality not through repetition alone, but through the variety of contexts in which it appears. It appears as a farmhand's response to his employer's orders, and it means "I love you." It appears as a dying declaration in a ravine. "I have always loved you, and I am here and I am not dead." It appears as the grandfather's final line to his grandson, and it means something that the film does not need to say explicitly, that the story is a gift, that the giving of it is an act of love, that the thing between the old man and the boy who did not want to put down the video game, but who leaned forward as the story continued, is the same thing between Wesley and Buttercup, just differently expressed. The characters of the film are types raised to individuals, which is the fairy tale's central skill, the form that begins with archetypes and discovers, within each archetype, a person who exceeds the category. Wesley is the farm boy who becomes the hero, but the hero is not what makes him interesting. It is the farm boy, the young man who said "as you wish" and meant something more than compliance, who loved a girl before he had anything to offer her and went out to earn the right to offer it. The heroism is the expression of the love rather than the other way around. He is not heroic and then loving. He is loving and therefore heroic, because the love is what gives the heroism its direction. Buttercup is a more complicated figure than she is sometimes given credit for, because the film asks her to carry the weight of the love story's emotional core while also being the person who is rescued rather than the person who rescues. And the two of these are in tension in ways the film is not entirely unaware of. She is not passive. She negotiates for Wesley's safety with Humperdinck. She pushes the man in black down the hill and then follows him with guilt. She makes the decision to wait in the castle rather than go after him. These are not the actions of someone who has no agency, but the film's genre commitments mean that her agency operates in a circumscribed space, and the contemporary viewer may find those limits more visible than audiences did in 1987. What the film does give Buttercup, and gives her fully, is the love itself, the love that began on the farm, and that has not diminished across 5 years of grief and a betrothal to someone she does not love, and all the events of the story's long and eventful day. The love is simply true in the sense the film means when it uses the phrase true love, not perfect, not uncomplicated, not without the residue of pain and absence, but real and oriented toward the person who earned it, and not transferable to anyone else by any arrangement. Inigo Montoya is arguably the film's most fully realized character, because the film gives him the clearest and most complete arc, a beginning, a middle, and an end that arrives at exactly the right place and at exactly the right time in the narrative. And because the 20 years of a life organized around a single act of grief is given genuine respect by the story, rather than treated as comic excess. The sword fight with the man in black is the scene that establishes him, and it establishes him through delight, through the sheer pleasure of two great fighters finding each other, the joy of the craft meeting itself at its own level. Inigo at the cliff is happy. He is happy in the way of someone for whom the purpose of practice has been justified, who has been getting ready for something and who has found, in this stranger on the cliff, the best version of the practice. The fight is play for him, in the deepest sense. The play of a person doing what they are best at against the best opposition available. And then the reunion with Rugen, which is the scene the whole film is pointing toward for Inigo, and which it handles with the specific tonal care of the film's best moments, funny and heartbreaking at the same time. The speech delivered with comic precision and the emotion of it running underneath like a current. He says, "Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." He has said it in practice, in dreams, in the long, empty years. He says it now in the corridor, with Rugen running and Inigo following with a wound in his side, and the repetition of the line in the chase. The advancing on the retreating Rugen with the words again and again has a quality that the film earns through the full weight of what has preceded it, through our knowledge of what these words have cost to prepare and what they mean in the saying. When he finishes and Rugen is dead and he stands in the corridor with the thing accomplished that has been the whole of his adult life, he does not know who he is without it. The moment of completion is also the moment of loss, the loss of the purpose that has organized everything. And the film is honest about this in the way that it is honest about everything, by not pretending the completion is simply triumphant. It is triumphant, and it is also bewildering, and Wesley's suggestion from across the corridor that he might consider a new career is the film's way of saying that the story does not end with the completion of one life's purpose, but with the beginning of another, and that this is all right. Fezzik is the film's great gentle giant, in the tradition of gentle giants. Large and strong and kind and a little lost, most comfortable when he has someone to be useful to, someone whose directions give the strength its direction. His rhyming is the film's expression of his interiority, the inner world of a man who thinks in verse, for whom the poetic impulse is simply how the mind works, who pairs words without quite being able to help it. He is not stupid. He is a person whose intelligence expresses itself through different channels than the intelligence around him, and the film treats this without condescension as simply the fact of who he is. The word inconceivable, as Vizzini uses it, is the film's wittiest running joke, and also its most accurate characterization of its villain. Vizzini is a man whose intelligence has produced a specific kind of arrogance, the arrogance of someone genuinely very smart, who has confused that with being infallible, who has decided that his intelligence guarantees the accuracy of his predictions, and who therefore responds to every prediction's failure, not by revising the model, but by applying the word that means impossible to the thing that just happened. Everything that does not fit his model is inconceivable. The model never changes. The man climbing the cliff keeps climbing. The love of the film for its own genre, for the conventions of the fairy tale, the adventure story, the swashbuckling romance, is present in every scene and every line and every casting choice. And it is a love expressed through the full awareness of what those conventions are. Goldman, who wrote both the novel and the screenplay, knows these forms from the inside, which is the position from which good parody is always made, not from outside the thing being parodied, looking in with superiority, but from inside it, loving it and teasing it simultaneously, finding in the familiar moves of the form both the pleasure they produce and the comedy available in looking at them clearly. The film plays the comedy and the sincerity at the same time throughout, which is the hardest possible register to maintain. When Wesley and Buttercup tumble down the hill, the tumbling is funny, and it is also genuinely romantic. Both things at once, fully. When Inigo says his speech to Rugen's retreating back in the corridor, the speech is funny because we have heard it so many times, and it is moving because we know what it means and what it cost, and both of these responses are correct simultaneously. The film does not ask you to choose. It does not modulate between comedy and sincerity. It holds them together, which is what the best romantic comedies do, and which is far more difficult than doing either separately. The frame story of the grandfather and grandson is more than a framing device. It is the film's argument about what stories are for and what they do to the people who receive them. The boy begins the film with his video game and his skepticism and his reluctance to engage with a book at all. He has been given sufficient entertainment by the technology of his immediate environment and is not sure what an old man with a story can offer that the technology has not already provided. By the end of the film, he wants to hear it again. He has been changed. Not transformed in any large dramatic sense, but moved. Moved from one place to another, from the closed position to the open one. From the person who does not know why he would want this to the person who knows he wants it very much. This is what good stories do, and The Princess Bride is a film that knows this, and that makes the knowing part of the story. The grandfather has loved this story since his father read it to him, which means it has already crossed at least 2 generations before it crosses to the boy. The chain of telling, father to son to grandson, is the film's most quietly moving idea. The idea that the things we love are the things we pass on, that the form of love expressed in the giving of a story does not diminish with the giving, but increases. That what you gave to the person who received it was not diminished by the giving, but grew in the receiving. The film's relationship with genre conventions is one of its central pleasures and one of its central ideas. The Princess Bride lives inside the conventions of the fairy tale and the adventure story with complete awareness of those conventions. It knows exactly what the cliffs of insanity are in narrative terms, what the battle of wits represents in the tradition of the hero's test, what the swooping romantic reunion on horseback signals in the vocabulary of the form. It knows these things, and it uses them with full sincerity, while also being perfectly aware that they are conventional, and the simultaneous sincerity and awareness is the register it inhabits throughout. This is the register of people who love the thing they are playing with. Goldman's screenplay, adapted from his own novel, is the work of someone who has read everything in the tradition: the fairy tale, the romance, the swashbuckling adventure, the picaresque, and who has a deep affection for all of it. Not the affection of uncritical fandom, but the affection of someone who has thought carefully about what works and what doesn't, and who has decided that what works is worth celebrating by doing it well, with the awareness that doing something well includes knowing what you are doing and why. The result is a film that can be watched on several different levels simultaneously. A child watching it gets the adventure and the romance and Miracle Max and the rodents of unusual size, with no required awareness of the conventions being played with. An adult who knows the conventions gets all of that, plus the comedy of recognition, the pleasure of watching something done expertly within a framework whose features are entirely familiar. And someone who thinks about narrative gets all of that, plus the metafictional dimension of the frame, the story about stories, the grandfathers as you wish. None of these levels is more correct than the others. The film holds all of them. Inigo's arc is the film's most sustained emotional investment, and the one that rewards the most extended consideration. He is introduced as a swordsman for hire, but the hiring is almost incidental. He is there because Vizzini hired him, and Vizzini hired him because he needed the best available swordsman, and Inigo is that. What he is beyond the hiring is a man in waiting, a man whose entire life is a preparation for a confrontation that has not yet arrived, and the waiting is rendered with surprising precision for a comic adventure, a life deferred, of a person who has not yet begun to live in the fullest sense, because the beginning requires the completion of the thing that preceded it. The drinking tells us where 20 years of waiting has taken him. He is not a broken man. He has the skills, the manner, the humor, the friendship with Fezzik. But the drinking is the management of the years, the method of filling time when time will not fill itself through purpose. He has been drinking in Tortuga for years, Fezzik tells us. The years of Tortuga are the years that the purpose was not available, and Tortuga is the kind of place a person goes when they need somewhere that asks nothing of them. When Fezzik tells him the six-fingered man is in the castle, the drinking stops. Not gradually, not with a struggle. It stops because the thing that required managing is no longer present. The purpose has returned, and the purpose is the thing that has always organized Inigo's life. And when the purpose is present, the management of its absence is no longer necessary. He is entirely himself, instantly, in a way that the years of Tortuga have not permitted. This is one of the film's most quietly true observations about purpose, that the people who have a clear one, however it arrived and whatever its shape, are most themselves when the purpose is available to them. Inigo without the six-fingered man is Inigo waiting. Inigo with the six-fingered man in front of him is simply Inigo, complete, the full version of the person who has been waiting to be fully present. The relationship between Wesley and Buttercup works because the film takes both people seriously before it takes their love seriously. We see her obliviousness on the farm not as a character flaw, but as the specific condition of someone who has not yet been asked to look, who has a farm hand who does his work and says as you wish, until the accumulation of the days and the looks and the as you wishes begins to constitute a reason to see him. When she sees him completely. The seeing is total and immediate, and she does not equivocate once the seeing has happened. His love has always been total, which is what the film shows us before she shows us hers. He says, as you wish, to every order with the same feeling, regardless of what the order is. A feeling that has nothing to do with what she has asked him to do, and everything to do with the fact that she is the person asking. The love is not responsive to events. It is simply present. This is the kind of love that fairy tales present as the ideal form of the thing, and the Princess Bride presents it without irony, while also, through Inigo's arc and Fezzik's gentle warmth and Miracle Max's deflating humanity. ensuring that the ideal form is surrounded by enough ordinary human complexity to feel like something other than a decoration. Miracle Max is in the film for a relatively brief period, and yet he leaves a larger impression than many characters who are present throughout, which is the achievement of a well-constructed supporting role. He is funny. He is among the funniest things in a very funny film. But the comedy is not why he stays in the memory. He stays because he is true. The bitterness about being fired by Humperdinck, the domestic argument with Valerie that runs underneath the comedy, the genuine skill that the bitterness has been sitting on top of without diminishing, these are the marks of a real person placed inside a fantastical situation, and the reality of the person gives the fantastical situation the grounding it needs to work. His pronouncement about true love, that it is the greatest thing in the world except for a nice MLT, is the film's most direct statement of its own method, taking the greatest thing seriously, and also placing beside it the humble, ordinary pleasures of the merely nice, refusing to let the greatest thing float free of the life that contains it. A mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich, where the mutton is nice and lean and the tomato is ripe. The juxtaposition is funny. It is also, in the way that The Princess Bride's best jokes are, a little true. Love does not exist in isolation from the rest of life. It exists alongside the sandwiches. It is, in fact, available to be described in the same sentence. The film's casting is as important as its script to everything it achieves. Cary Elwes, as Wesley, has the specific quality the role requires. The easy handsomeness of the fairy tale hero, the apparent lightness that carries the weight of what the character has been through without making the weight visible. The way the smile arrives in the moments that earn it and is absent in the moments where its presence would be false. Mandy Patinkin as Inigo has the full range of what the role asks for: the comic timing, the swordplay, and the genuine feeling that the film needs in the corridor when the speech is finally said to the right person. Andre the Giant, as Fezzik, has something that cannot be manufactured, which is the authentic presence of a person of enormous size who has been that size long enough to have made peace with it, who moves through the world with a gentleness that his scale makes both necessary and beautiful. Robin Wright as Buttercup has the hardest role in the film in some ways. The role of the person around whom everything revolves and who cannot be the center of the action in the ways the other roles are. She plays the love as the film needs it played, not as sentiment, but as bedrock, not as feeling, but as fact, a true thing about herself that does not require performance or demonstration. And Billy Crystal and Carol Kane as Miracle Max and Valerie, in their brief time, are as funny as anything in the film, and funnier than most things in most films. The ending, the kiss, the horses, the night, arrives with the quality of something earned. Not because the path to it was difficult in the way of narratives that withhold in order to reward, but because the film made the people real in the way that makes the moment matter. We do not want Wesley and Buttercup together because we have been wading through obstacles. We want them together because we know them, and knowing them is enough. The film's ending sequence moves with the momentum of a story that knows it has reached its closing phase, and that does not rush the closing. The castle is stormed with the deliberate pleasure of people who have prepared for this The confrontations are resolved one by one, and the resolution of each has the quality of a knot being untied. Each resolution removing a tension the story has been carrying and returning us slightly closer to the baseline of peace that the farm at the beginning represented. The final image of Wesley and Buttercup on horseback is not lingered over. It does not need to be. The film has made the case for them so thoroughly and so warmly that the image needs only to be present, needs only to exist for a moment. And the moment is sufficient. They are together. They are riding into the night. The story has delivered what it promised. Then the bedroom. The return to the frame is the film's last and most important act, because it is the act of acknowledging that what we have been watching is a story, has always been a story, and that the story is now a part of the boy who heard it, and the grandfather who told it, and everyone who has ever watched this film and allowed themselves to go inside it the way the boy did, from reluctance to leaning forward. The boy wants to hear it again tomorrow, as you wish. And so the story of The Princess Bride leaves us with the warmth of something that was given freely and received fully, that passed from a person who loved it to a person who needed it, and that will, in all probability, pass on from that person to someone else in time, across the distance of years and generations, the way good stories always travel. It is a film about true love that is itself an act of love toward the audience, a story about the giving of stories that is itself a story being given. The circle is perfect, and it is small, and it fits inside a bedroom on a Tuesday afternoon when a boy is homesick and his grandfather has a book. Rest now in the comfort of all of this. The farm is quiet in the green hills of Florine. The cliffs are still. The fire swamp has gone dark. And somewhere in the night, on horseback, two people who belong to each other are riding toward whatever comes next. And whatever comes next, they will face it together. That is enough. That has always been enough. Rest well. Our next story begins in a different place with different people and a different journey. Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of The Mummy. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. There are films that make no claim to be anything other than what they are, and that being exactly what they are turns out to be a considerable achievement. The Mummy, directed by Stephen Sommers and released in 1999, is an adventure film built from the pleasures of adventure films, danger and discovery and narrow escapes, and the romance of the ancient and the exotic, arranged with enough wit and warmth, and that the pleasures land cleanly, and the film earns the fun it is having. It is not a serious film. It is a very good film of its kind, made with genuine craft, paced with skill, populated with characters it actually likes, and anchored by a villain of sufficient weight that the adventure has something real to push against. The story takes place in two times and one place. The place is Egypt, ancient and modern, the Egypt of pharaohs, and the Egypt of 1920s colonial expeditions, connected by the thing buried beneath the sand that is the same terrible thing in both centuries. The film is interested in what endures, which is partly the beauty of a lost civilization, and partly the danger of what that civilization, at its most extreme, was capable of producing. The Mummy is both the monster and the love story, and the argument that these two things cannot always be separated. Let the past speak first. It always does. The year is 1290 BC, and Egypt is at the height of its power. Pharaoh Seti, the first rules, and the city of Thebes is the center of the world. A civilization of immense ambition, expressed in stone and gold, in the religious and architectural systems that have been refined across centuries into something extraordinary. The film does not linger in this world long, but it uses the time it has to establish the scale of what is about to be lost and the nature of what is about to go wrong. Imhotep is the high priest of Osiris, the most powerful religious figure in Egypt outside the pharaoh himself. He moves through the great temple with the authority of a man for whom the sacred and the political are the same territory, who has spent his life navigating the space where divine obligation and human power meet, and who has done it well enough to reach the apex of that space. He is educated, controlled, formidable. He is also in love with Anck-su-namun, the pharaoh's mistress. Anck-su-namun is covered from neck to ankle in intricate body paint, the marking of a woman who belongs to the pharaoh, who cannot be touched by any other man. She and Imhotep had been meeting in secret, a forbidden arrangement sustained by desire and by the specific recklessness that desire produces in people who know exactly what they are risking. The film opens on a moment of discovery. Pharaoh Seti arrives and understands what he is looking at. Anck-su-namun kills herself before the pharaoh's guards can touch her, because she knows what is coming and prefers the ending she chooses over the ending that will be imposed on her. Imhotep and his priests take her body, intending to resurrect her through the Book of the Dead. The Magi, Pharaoh's elite bodyguards sworn to protect the secrets of Hamunaptra, intercept them. Imhotep is captured. What happens to him next is the film's foundational horror, the thing that everything else is built on. He is sentenced to the Hom-Dai, the worst curse the ancient Egyptians ever devised, reserved for those whose sins were so great that ordinary death was insufficient punishment. He is mummified alive. Before the wrappings close, flesh-eating scarabs are placed beneath them, and he is sealed into a sarcophagus and buried in Hamunaptra, the city of the dead, which lies beneath the desert at the edge of the known world. He is to remain there for eternity. Alive, suffering, kept from death by the very curse that makes the living impossible. The sarcophagus is locked. A sacred chest bearing the canopic jars that hold his organs is placed beside him. The Magi are tasked with guarding both forever, generation after generation, to ensure that what was placed in the earth stays in the earth. Then the film moves forward 3,000 years. Egypt in 1923 is a country under European administration, its ancient sites being excavated by an assortment of archaeologists, treasure hunters, and military adventurers whose interest in the past varies considerably in its seriousness. The Foreign Legion maintains a presence, and among the men riding across the desert in a doomed military formation is an American soldier named Rick O'Connell. Rick is not a complicated man in the ways that matter most for a story like this. He is brave, competent, sardonic, and entirely clear-eyed about the situation he is in at any given moment. The situation in 1923 is this. His unit has ridden directly into an ambush at the ruins of Hamunaptra, and the Tuareg warriors who have been waiting for them substantially outnumber the Foreign Legion soldiers. The battle is not going well. What saves Rick briefly is the ruins themselves. Hamunaptra's entrance, a carved stone face of enormous scale emerging from the sand, appears in front of him as the battle reaches its worst point. And something that comes out of the ruins in that moment is frightening enough to send the Tuareg warriors fleeing. Rick does not understand what he saw. He does not pause to investigate. He rides. He survives the battle. His unit does not. 3 years pass. The film picks up in Cairo, 1926. Rick is in a Cairo prison, in the custody of the warden Hassan, awaiting hanging on charges that the film treats with cheerful vagueness. Rick has clearly done a variety of things in the 3 years since Hamunaptra, and not all of them were strictly legal. He is resigned to his situation, with the ease of someone who has been in worse situations and who has not yet decided whether this one is salvageable. He is about to find out that it is. Evelyn Carnahan works at the Cairo Museum of Antiquities, and the museum's opinion of her work ethic and her dedication to Egyptology is considerably higher than its opinion of her organizational abilities. She is a librarian of passionate knowledge and complete physical disaster. The scene in which she attempts to reshelve a single misplaced book and triggers a domino collapse of every shelf in the library is the film's introduction of her, and it is perfectly chosen. She is the person who knows everything about what she is doing and cannot be trusted in the same room with the standing object. She is also, beneath the comedy of the introduction, a person of genuine seriousness. Her parents were killed in Egypt when she was young, and the knowledge of Egypt she has spent her life accumulating is both professional passion and the closest thing to inheritance they left her. She speaks and reads ancient Egyptian with fluency. She believes in the importance of what she studies in the way that people believe in things when the belief has been formed in grief. Her brother Jonathan has found something. Jonathan is one of those characters who exist in adventure films to be comedic and cowardly, and occasionally, at the exact right moment, useful. A man of tremendous enthusiasm and minimal reliability who loves Evie and who has spent most of his adult life finding interesting ways to not quite succeed at anything. He has pickpocketed a map from a man he met in a bar. The map, Evie determines, in a state of considerable excitement, is a map to Hamunaptra. No expedition has successfully located Hamunaptra in the modern era. To find it would be the discovery of a lifetime. The man Jonathan pickpocketed was Rick O'Connell. They go to the prison. Rick, facing the hangman's noose, is not in the strongest negotiating position when Evie and Jonathan appear at his cell. He is about to be hanged momentarily. In fact, the hanging has begun by the time Evie reaches Warden Hassan with the necessary bribe, and the conversation that takes place in the immediate aftermath of his rescue has the quality of a negotiation between a man who is newly grateful to be alive and a woman who has a very clear idea of what she wants. She wants to go to Hamunaptra. She needs someone who knows where it is. Rick knows where it is. The deal is simple, and the deal is made. And Rick joins the expedition with the pragmatic acceptance of a man who has decided that Hamunaptra, whatever else it may be, is a better option than Cairo's prison. He looks at her in the courtyard of the prison as they are leaving, and there is already in his attention to her the quality of something that goes beyond the transaction, a noticing, unmistakable, and unannounced. She does not notice that he notices. This is one of the film's small, early pleasures, the establishing of a dynamic that neither character will name for a long time, circling around each other while separately occupied with the adventure that both of them are about to enter. They travel by boat down the Nile. The boat carries, besides Rick and Evie and Jonathan, a group of American treasure hunters who are also bound for Hamunaptra, led by a man named Benny Gabor, who was once Rick's colleague in the Foreign Legion and who is now employed by the Americans as a guide. The relationship between Rick and Benny is established in a single exchange. Benny smiles, and Rick's face closes like a door. They know each other's histories. The history is not good. The night on the river is interrupted by an attack. The Medjai come out of the darkness on horseback, out of the desert, out of the reeds along the bank, with fire and purpose and the absolute commitment of people who have been doing the same thing for 3,000 years and who regard the doing of it as sacred obligation rather than employment. Their leader, Ardeth Bey, is a man of formidable presence and economy of speech, who says only what the situation requires and who regards the Westerners on the boat with the exasperated concern of someone who knows exactly what is about to go wrong and who cannot make these people understand that it is about to go wrong. He wants them to turn back. They do not turn back. The caravan reaches Hamunaptra, across the desert, guided by Rick through the terrain he crossed in 1923, recognizing landmarks, tracking the route in the specific way of a man whose body remembers a journey even when the mind has tried to move on from it. The city emerges from the sand at dawn, and the emergence has the quality that the discovery of a genuinely ancient place always has in these films. The weight of the years pressing through the image, the sense that what is being looked at has been waiting, that the waiting has been very long. Hamunaptra is extraordinary. The carved faces, the vast chambers, the walls dense with hieroglyphics, and the accumulated evidence of a civilization that built at a scale that still exceeds the comprehension of later cultures. Evie moves through it in a state of barely contained rapture. She has spent her professional life preparing for a place like this. The place does not disappoint. She traces the carvings with her fingers, reads the inscriptions aloud in ancient Egyptian, and the language coming from her is the language of the place, the language it was built to contain. And something in the quality of the echo suggests that the city has not forgotten the sound of its own tongue. The Americans, meanwhile, are working on a different objective. They have brought a chest, the chest of Hamdai, recovered from a previous failed expedition, and their Egyptologist, a man named Dr. Alan Chamberlain, has been translating the inscriptions that cover it. The inscriptions are warnings. Chamberlain reads the warnings with the professional detachment of an academic who has read many ancient warnings and who has not previously been in a situation where the warnings were accurate. He sets them aside and opens the chest. Inside is the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead is an extraordinary object, gold-covered, heavy with the accumulated power of the ritual uses to which it was put across centuries of Egyptian burial practice. In ordinary archaeological terms, it would be the find of the decade. In the terms of the story, it is substantially more dangerous than that. Chamberlain opens it. He reads from it. And in the dark beneath the sand, something shifts. Evie, separately and across the site, has found the chest containing Imhotep's canopic jars. The jars holding his organs, which are part of the machinery of the curse and of its potential undoing. She is examining them with the careful attention of someone who understands what she is looking at historically, when she finds a small book within the chest. The book is made of papyrus and is not the Book of the Dead, but a companion to it, a text connected to the same ritual system. She opens it. She reads. Her Egyptian is accurate, her pronunciation is precise, and the words she reads are the words that, in this story's logic, are the activation sequence for the thing in the sarcophagus below. The sarcophagus opens. The mummy inside it turns its head. The Americans release it before Evie does. That night, in the dig site, the Americans are beginning to be afflicted. Their Egyptologist loses his eyes, then his tongue. The affliction is not medical. It is deliberate. The mummy reclaiming from the closest available human beings the pieces of itself that 3,000 years and the curse have degraded. Each person who encounters it loses something. An eye to replace an eye, a tongue to replace a tongue, the organs of the living being harvested to restore the organs of the dead. Imhotep is regenerating. He is also beginning to remember. He remembers Anck-su-namun, the woman for whom the catastrophe happened, the woman whose death set the 1,000 years of punishment in motion. The memory is not an abstraction for him. The love that drove him to the forbidden act does not appear to have diminished in the 3 millennia of mummification. If anything, it has intensified in the way that things intensify when they have no outlet and no relief. He wants to bring her back. He has always wanted to bring her back. That is what the Book of the Dead was for. That is what everything was for. He looks at Evie. Evie resembles Anck-su-namun in a way that the film treats as more than coincidence, as a connection that runs deeper than surface resemblance, that matters in the ritual logic of what Imhotep is trying to accomplish. He wants to sacrifice Evie to bring Anck-su-namun fully back into the world, to use the living woman as the vessel through which the dead woman returns. He begins to move toward this purpose with the methodical, terrible patience of someone who has had 3,000 years to think about what he is going to do when he gets out. Rick, Evie, and Jonathan become aware of the situation at approximately the pace that the situation requires, which is to say faster than would be comfortable, but not so fast as to remove the danger. They are also becoming aware of Ardeth Bey. Ardeth Bey and the Medjai have been watching everything that has been happening at Hamunaptra with the specific grief of people who have spent generations preventing this and who are now watching it happen despite the prevention. Ardeth Bey tells Rick and Evie what the Medjai are, what Imhotep is, and what will happen if Imhotep achieves full regeneration, which is to say, the 10 plagues of Egypt, released upon the modern world, beginning with the ones that have already started. The water of the Nile has turned to blood. There have been locusts. There is darkness at noon over the city of Cairo. The plagues are not metaphor. They are arriving. The urgency of the situation is real, but the film maintains, even through the urgency, the quality of a story that is enjoying itself, enjoying the characters it has assembled, enjoying the period setting and the Egyptian mythology and the logistics of a race between the heroes and the regenerating ancient evil. There is pleasure in the watching, and the pleasure is not guilty so much as clean, a well-made adventure film doing what it set out to do. In Cairo, Imhotep is finding his servant, Beni Gabor, who fled the site at Hamunaptra when the mummy first appeared, encountered Imhotep in the tunnels and saved himself in the only way immediately available, which was to cycle rapidly through every prayer and invocation he knew from every religion he had any passing acquaintance with until he hit the one that worked. The one that worked was Hebrew. Imhotep who encountered Hebrew-speaking slaves during his lifetime, recognizes the language and keeps Benny alive as a translator, a guide to the modern world, a go-between for his dealings with the contemporary humans who now surround him. Benny is not a man of principle, and the arrangement suits him well enough, and so he becomes the mummy's man in the modern world. He is not a sympathetic character, exactly. He is a comic one, and the comedy of him, the enthusiastic cowardice, the cheerful self-interest, means that even his villainy has a lightness to it that keeps him from being merely unpleasant. The film likes him too, in a certain way, even as it keeps him firmly in the wrong. Imhotep's regeneration brings the plagues, and the plagues make the urgency undeniable. He comes to Cairo in the body of a decomposing man who is becoming steadily less decomposing with each encounter, draining the life force from the Americans one by one, each of them contributing something to his restoration, each encounter leaving another American dead, and Imhotep slightly more complete. By the time he has worked through all of them, he is essentially a fully regenerated person, though the person is 3,000 years old and cursed and capable of things that ordinary people are not capable of. He summons a sand wall of enormous scale. He produces the darkness. He controls the scarabs that emerge from the earth around him. He comes for Evie. The taking of Evie from Cairo is the film's hinge point, the moment when the adventure becomes an emergency, when what has been a race with a deadline becomes the specific horror of someone who is not supposed to be harmed being in harm's way. Rick's response to her capture has all the controlled urgency of a man who has decided that the situation requires maximum speed and minimum deliberation, and the film uses his response to clarify something about him that has been present but unspoken since the prison courtyard in Cairo. He does not leave. He has every reasonable excuse to leave. The monster is real. The monster is in possession of the woman who hired him to show her where the monster lives. The situation has exceeded any contract and any reasonable expectation. Rick organizes the rescue with the same directness he brings to everything else. With Ardith Bey's Medjai, with Jonathan, with whatever assets are available, moving toward the thing he has decided needs to happen. Ardith Bey, watching him, tells him that the Medjai have been fighting this thing for 3,000 years. He says it as information, as context, as the orientation of someone who wants Rick to understand the scale of what they are up against. Rick says he doesn't care how long they've been fighting it. The rescue moves through Cairo in the specific atmosphere of a city that is coming apart at the seams under the pressure of the plagues. The darkness, the locusts, the general sense of a civilization being reminded of something very old and very large that it had forgotten was there. Imhotep moves through this atmosphere with the proprietorial ease of a man who has done this before, who made these plagues before, who knows the sequence. He takes Evie to Hamunaptra. The final confrontation is at the place where everything began. Hamunaptra at night, in the middle of the plague darkness, with the full weight of what it is pressing down from above and below, the ancient city that was built to contain this, and that is now the site of its potential completion or defeat. Imhotep has Evie and the Book of the Dead, and the canopic jars, and everything required to perform the resurrection he has been planning for 3,000 years. He has begun the ceremony. Jonathan has the Book of Amun-Ra, The Book of Amun-Ra is the counterpart to the Book of the Dead, the Gold Book, the text that can take away what the Book of the Dead gives. It can remove Imhotep's immortality. It can make him mortal. Jonathan, who has been carrying the Golden Book and has been somewhat unclear about its purpose for most of the film, reads from it at the critical moment, his pronunciation uncertain, his Egyptian significantly worse than Evie's, his hands shaking. He reads anyway. The reading of the incantation strips Imhotep of his immortality. He does not immediately become mortal in all the ways that would make him easy to defeat. The transition takes a moment during which Rick has to cross the space between them with a sword. He does. He is Rick O'Connell, who does not stop when the situation is complicated, who has been this way since a battle outside Hamunaptra in 1923, when his entire unit was killed and he rode into the ruins rather than away from them, who is constitutionally incapable of choosing the easier option when the right option is available. He stabs Imhotep. The wound in the body of a newly mortal man is lethal. Imhotep falls. He does not fall quietly. He falls in the way of someone who has been animated for 3,000 years by love and purpose, and the terrible specific power of the home die. And the falling has the quality of a very long story ending very suddenly. He is pulled down into the water, into the underworld, back to the place that the curse had always intended for him, only now with the finality and that the curse had denied him. He is gone. Evie is alive. The ceremony was interrupted in time. The plagues end with his going, the darkness lifting, the locusts dispersing, the sense of imminent catastrophe receding back into the past where it came from, or further back into the mythological territory from which it briefly and terrifyingly emerged. Rick and Evie find each other in the aftermath, in the way of people who have been in a situation together that required everything they had, and who are now standing in the quiet that follows it. He looks at her. She looks at him. The thing that has been present since the prison courtyard is now simply acknowledged, because the events of the past several days have removed whatever uncertainty might otherwise have attended the acknowledging. He kisses her. Jonathan, at some point during the chaos of the final confrontation, has managed to find and fill saddlebags with a considerable portion of Hamunaptra's treasure, gems, gold, the accumulated wealth of the ancient world's most spectacular dead city. He arrives on a camel looking genuinely pleased with himself, presents the treasure as a fait accompli, and suggests they leave before anything else happens. Hamunaptra begins to sink. This is less metaphorical than it sounds. The ancient city, having served its final purpose, or failed to serve the purpose that Imhotep intended, is returning to the sand, the ground swallowing the structure in the way of things that were never meant to stay exposed. The three of them ride away from it on their camels, with the treasure and each other in the direction of the horizon, while behind them, the city of the dead goes back to being a secret. The film ends on the image of them riding away, the desert open ahead, the business concluded. The opening in ancient Egypt is worth spending more time with, because the film gives it the seriousness it deserves, and the seriousness is what makes everything that follows carry weight. Thebes at its height is a city of overwhelming ambition rendered in stone, the temples rising above the Nile plain with the absolute confidence of a civilization that has had thousands of years to refine its relationship with permanence, that has looked at the transience of human life and responded by building things that would last longer than any individual could comprehend. The priests who move through those temples, the soldiers who guard the pharaoh, the women of the court who occupy the spaces between the public and the private, all of them exist inside a system of obligation and hierarchy that has been worked out across generations, and that does not leave much room for the kind of deviation that Imhotep and Anck-su-namun have committed. Anck-su-namun's body paint is both beautiful and a declaration of ownership, every line of it saying that she belongs to the pharaoh, that her person is not available to be touched by anyone else. The film shows her practicing with Imhotep in the Great Hall, spear forms, combat drills, the two of them moving together with the intimacy of people who have been practicing together long enough that their bodies have learned to anticipate each other. It is the closest they can come to physical contact in any official setting, and the film shows it as what it is, a form of closeness masquerading as training, the kind of shared physical language that develops between people who cannot otherwise be close. When Seti arrives, Anck-su-namun's response is instantaneous. She kills herself not in panic, but with the deliberate quality of a woman who has thought through this possibility and who knows that the death she chooses is preferable to the death that will be imposed on her. She takes the knife and she uses it, and the action is so swift and so certain that it reads as the final expression of the same will that drove everything else. The will of a person who makes her own choices about her own life, regardless of what the pharaoh has decreed that life to be. Imhotep tries to revive her before the Magi reach him. He fails. Or rather, he succeeds only partially. The soul returns to the body for a moment, enough to let her speak, not enough to sustain the return, without the full ritual of the Book of the Dead. The Magi pull him away. What he carries with him into the Hamdai is the knowledge that the revival is possible, and the absolute certainty that he will attempt it again if he is ever given the chance. The Hamdai is shown with restraint rather than spectacle, which is the right choice. The horror of it is in the concept rather than the imagery. The idea of being sealed alive and kept alive, of remaining conscious through centuries without the mercy of death, is more disturbing as an understood fact than as something visually extended. The film gives us enough to understand what is being done to him and then moves on, trusting the understanding to do its work. The transition to 1923 is brisk and confident. The Egypt of the 1920s is not the Egypt of the pharaohs, but it carries that Egypt within it. Every dune concealing the possibility of what lies beneath. Every ruin, the remnant of something that was once as total and assured as the modern world considers itself to be. And the Foreign Legion column that Rick rides with through the desert has the atmosphere of an outfit that has been in the field too long and is too far from water and is about to discover that the situation is about to become significantly worse. Rick is not a typical Foreign Legion soldier in the sense of being a man who ended up there through the usual routes of adventure or desperation or flight from something in civilian life. He is a man who goes where there is work and who does the work well. And the Foreign Legion offered work, and he took it. He has the relationship with the desert that you develop not from studying it, but from spending enough time in it that its logic becomes familiar. The way the light changes at different hours, the way sound travels differently in open sand than in rocky ground, the signs that mean the temperature is about to drop or that water is closer than it looks. He is also, in 1923, not yet the person he will be in 1926. The battle outside Hamunaptra strips something from him, not courage, which is not something he lacks, but certainty, the sense that the world is a place whose dangers he understands. What comes from the ruins is something he does not have a category for, and the absence of a category is more unsettling than the danger itself. He rides away from it and spends 3 years not quite thinking about what he saw and not quite being able to stop thinking about it. The Cairo of 1926 that the film drops us into is a city in the particular condition of a colonial capital. The ancient and the modern pressed together, the Egyptian and the European operating in their respective spheres, with the frictions that this kind of proximity always produces. The museum where Evie works sits at the center of the city's intellectual life, and it is an institution of genuine seriousness, undermined at regular intervals by the gap between its aspirations and the quality of its librarians' shelving. Evie's collapse of the library is a masterclass in comic timing. She is shelving a book, one book in the wrong place, which she retrieves with the careful movements of someone who knows the shelves are unstable and who is being very deliberate. The deliberateness does not save her. The shelf goes, and the next shelf goes, and the next, in the perfect escalating sequence of a disaster that has its own momentum and that nothing she does is going to arrest. She stands in the wreckage with the expression of a person who has been here before, who knows that this specific catastrophe is going to have consequences for her position at the museum, and who is also, underneath the resignation, faintly relieved that it was as spectacular as it was rather than something more mundane. Her boss arrives. The conversation is brief. Her position at the museum is mentioned in a tone that suggests it is not as secure as either of them would like. Jonathan arrives at exactly this moment, which is the only kind of moment Jonathan ever arrives at. The moment when something has just gone wrong and his sister needs him, and he brings, instead of help, a complication. He has found a map. The map is the inciting object of the entire adventure, and the film takes a moment with it that is worth noting. The moment when Evie, who has spent her professional life studying ancient Egypt, and who has been told repeatedly that her passion exceeds her aptitude by the people who employ her, holds the map and reads it and understands immediately what she is looking at. Her face does something that the comedy of the library scene did not permit. It becomes entirely serious. She looks at the map the way she looks at everything Egyptian, with the full weight of everything she knows brought to bear on the object in front of her. She says, Hamunaptra. The word carries everything she knows about it. The city of the dead, the legend, the expeditions that failed, the possibility that has been the subject of scholarly debate, and that she has believed in with the faith of someone who has read enough to know that the legends are not always wrong. Jonathan, who does not share her weight of knowledge, is focused on the treasure aspect of the situation. The trip to the prison is conducted with the urgency that the situation requires. Rick, in his cell, has the manner of a man who has made a careful assessment of his circumstances and who does not see much to recommend them. The hanging has begun by the time Evie arrives. The noose is around his neck. The trap door has opened, and Rick is suspended in the air with the look of a man who is reassessing whether this is as bad as it seemed. It is, in fact, as bad as it seemed. Evie arrives with the bribe at the last possible moment. Rick, lowered back to the ground and restored to breathing, looks at Evie with the expression of a man who has just been saved by a woman and who is trying to decide whether to be grateful or embarrassed, and who settles on a third option, and that is neither, which is simply present. He looks at her the way he will keep looking at her, directly, with the attention of someone who has decided this person is worth the attention, without making much of the deciding. The negotiation is efficient. He knows where Hymenoptera is. She needs to go there. The deal is straightforward, and the deal is made. What is less straightforward, and what neither of them says, is that the deal already contains more than its stated terms. The boat down the Nile is one of the film's great extended sequences because it gives the characters time to be with each other before the adventure begins in earnest. Time for the group dynamics to establish themselves, for the relationships to develop the texture that will make what comes later matter. Evie is on the deck in the evening with her books, reading ancient Egyptian in the fading light, with the absorbed pleasure of someone for whom this is simply what leisure looks like. Rick comes to stand beside her and asks what she is reading. She tells him. He does not understand the answer. This does not trouble either of them particularly. They have already established that their respective competencies do not significantly overlap, and the non-overlap seems to be, if anything, a source of interest rather than friction. He teaches her to shoot. She is not good at shooting. She is not good at shooting in the same way she is not good at shelving. With the full commitment of someone who is genuinely trying and who has a relationship with her own body's coordination that is somewhat adversarial, Rick teaches her without condescension and without laughter, showing her the grip and the stance and the mechanics with the patience of someone for whom this kind of instruction is natural. And she improves in the way that people improve at things when they are being taught by someone who wants them to improve. Jonathan watches all of this from a short distance, drinking something, offering unhelpful commentary that neither of them acknowledges. Benny's presence on the rival boat is the adventure's first source of low-grade tension, because the presence of the Americans means that the race to Hymenoptera has two sides, and the side that gets there first will have the advantage in terms of what gets open and what gets read and what gets awakened. Rick is aware of this. The awareness adds a current to the night crossing that the pleasant river scenery does not entirely cancel. The Medjai attack that night comes out of absolute darkness, the torches on the riverbank, the sound of hooves, and then Ardeth Bey and his men, moving with the precision of people conducting a maneuver they have rehearsed many times. They are not attacking for plunder. They are attacking to stop. The film makes this distinction with the care it deserves. The Medjai are not villains, and the film does not treat them as such, even in the scene where they are the immediate physical threat. They are doing exactly what they were always supposed to do, and the heroes are doing exactly what the Medjai were trying to prevent. The desert crossing to Hymenoptera is handled with the efficiency of a film that knows the destination is the point rather than the journey, and that the journey's main function is to establish the scale of the isolation, the absence of anything that could help, the vast open sand between the expedition and any other human presence, the way the ancient site at Journey's End feels less like a discovery and more like an arrival at something that has been waiting for the arrival. Hymenoptera in the early morning light is a place of revelation. The carved face emerges from the sand as they approach, and it is at once familiar and entirely strange. Familiar because Evie has read about it, because Rick has been here before, because the legend is known. Strange because no legend fully prepares for the physical reality of a thing. The scale of the carvings, the precision of the stonework 3,000 years after the artisans who made it are dust. The sense that the civilization that produced this was doing something with stone that went beyond architecture into statement. All of this arrives at once, and the film holds on Evie's face as she takes it in. Her face says everything about why she is here. The division of labor at the site is the film's setup for everything that follows. The Americans, with their shovels and their Egyptologist and their chest of home dye, are working on the financial extraction side of the excavation. Evie is working on understanding, reading the walls, cataloging the inscriptions, doing the work of someone who believes the knowledge has value beyond what can be put in a saddlebag. The two approaches are going to produce different results. Hamunaptra is full of traps. The traps are ancient, and they work, which is either evidence of extraordinary engineering or of something else. Some preservation of function across 3,000 years that the engineering alone cannot entirely account for. The film treats the traps as both practical dangers and as evidence of the seriousness with which the original builders approached the task of keeping people out. Someone 3,000 years ago wanted this place to be genuinely inaccessible. The wanting was so thorough that the mechanisms of it are still operational. Rick navigates the traps with the matter-of-fact competence of a man who has been in dangerous places before and who has learned to read environments for what they are telling him. He guides Evie through the lower chambers of the city with the attention of someone who has decided she is his responsibility without being asked or told. And she accepts the guidance without making much of it, which is its own kind of communication. She finds the chest. The chest containing Imhotep's canopic jars is deeper in the city than the Americans' dig site. In a chamber that the official map of the site does not include, that Evie finds by reading the wall inscriptions rather than by following an excavation plan. The inscriptions tell her where to look, and she looks there and she finds what the inscriptions were describing, and the finding produces the specific wonder of someone who has read about a thing and is now in the presence of the thing, for whom the gap between knowledge and experience has been closed. The papyrus book inside the chest is not something she expected. It is small and fragile, and covered in ancient Egyptian that she can read. And she reads it in the way that scholars read things. Not just for content, but for what the content reveals about the people who wrote it. For the layer of understanding that comes from knowing the language in its full historical context, rather than just its literal meaning. What she reads is, in that context, fascinating. She reads it aloud because that is how ancient Egyptian was meant to be read, because the language was designed for the voice and loses something on the page. The reading activates something. Below, in the darkness, in the sarcophagus sealed 3,000 years ago, the thing inside it turns its head. The first sign that something has gone wrong comes the following night, when the Americans discover that their Egyptologist is missing portions of his face. The discovery is handled by the film with the combination of horror and dark comedy that characterizes its approach to its most disturbing content. Taking the horror seriously while also being aware that the reaction of the people receiving the horror has its own comic quality. People encountering something genuinely impossible for the first time do not react with the composed horror of people who knew it was coming. They react with the full unpreparedness of people for whom the impossible is a category that was closed until this moment. The mummy is moving. The regeneration sequence is one of the film's great set pieces. The slow restoration of Imhotep, from the desiccated remains in the sarcophagus to something approaching a living man, accomplished through the sequential encounter with and draining of the Americans who disturbed his tomb. Each encounter contributes something: the eyes of one, the tongue of another, the organs that the canopic jars were meant to preserve, but that living bodies contain more freshly. He is being rebuilt from the materials at hand. The process is grotesque, and it is meant to be grotesque, because the film understands that a horror that produces no actual horror is a failing. Imhotep's regeneration is effective as a threat partly because it is visually disturbing, and partly because the logic of it is clear. He will keep doing this until he has enough, and there are only so many Americans left. The plagues begin alongside the regeneration. The water turning to blood in the Nile is noticed first by the locals and then by the news dispatches that reach Cairo, where Rick and Evie and Jonathan have retreated with the Americans to regroup and to process the fact that they have apparently awakened an ancient evil. The processing takes time. The plagues do not wait for the processing to conclude. Locusts fill the sky over Cairo in a cloud that blocks the sun by midday. The darkness that follows is not natural darkness. It has the weight of something imposed, something coming from outside the normal sequence of day and night, rather than from the rotation of the earth. Cairo is a city of several million people in 1926, and the experience of several million people encountering the simultaneous arrival of biblical plagues has the quality of a collective shock that no individual history could have prepared anyone for. Imhotep is in Cairo. He is in Cairo, and he is nearly complete. And the nearly complete version of him is already operating at a scale that makes the Americans who survived the sight look very small. He commands the sand. He calls the locusts. He darkens the sky. The 10 plagues are not a metaphor in this story. They are things he can actually do, the expression of the power that the Homdai preserved across 3,000 years, while also denying him everything else. He also speaks. He speaks first in ancient Egyptian, and then, as the regeneration continues, and he absorbs more from the modern world around him, in other languages. The film's most unnerving detail is this one. The voice that comes from the regenerating thing is the voice of a man, recognizable as a person rather than as a monster, which is the most frightening thing the film does. The monster is a person. The person is a monster. The distinction is not available. Rick and Evie in Cairo attempt to understand the situation with the resources available to them. The resources include Ardeth Bey, who has tracked them from Hamunaptra, and who arrives in Cairo with the grim bearing of a man whose worst professional scenario has just been realized. He tells them about the Medjai, about the 3,000 years of guardianship, about what Imhotep's full regeneration will mean. The plagues in their complete form, the undead army that the texts describe, the restoration of Imhotep to something beyond human scale. He says all of this without drama because to him it is not drama. It is the specific catastrophe that his entire bloodline has been organized around preventing. He says they need to stop Imhotep before he achieves full power. Rick asks how. Ardeth does not have a complete answer. The complete answer is in the books. In the Book of Amun-Ra, the golden book that is the counterpart to the Book of the Dead, that can strip an immortal of immortality and return the cursed to mortality and death. The book is somewhere in Hamunaptra. They will need to go back. The return to Hamunaptra is conducted under considerably different conditions than the original visit. Imhotep's influence extends now across a significant portion of the region. The sand moving at his command, the scarabs operating as his advanced scouts and weapons, the plagues still proceeding through their sequence in the sky over Cairo. The journey back through the desert has the quality of moving against a current, of going toward the center of the thing rather than away from it. Rick leads them through it with the same directness he brings to everything, and Ardeth Bey rides alongside with the manner of someone who has been doing this in one form or another for his entire life. Evie, for her part, is reading. She has the texts that survived the first visit, and she is working through them with the concentrated urgency of a scholar in an emergency, pulling out of the ancient language everything it contains that might be useful, cross-referencing what she reads with what Ardeth Bey tells her, building the picture of what they are up against and what the options are. Jonathan rides beside her and is occasionally asked to hold a lamp. He holds the lamp without complaint, which is as close to useful as he gets for much of the journey. The arrival at Hamunaptra for the second visit is entirely different from the first. The city is active in ways that stone cities 3,000 years old should not be active. The sand around it moves. The torchlight is swallowed by the darkness that Imhotep has produced. And the darkness is not empty. Things move in it. The things that he can command. The mechanisms of the Humdai that are now operating in his favor, rather than against him. Getting into the city requires fighting through layers of opposition that the first visit did not contain. Rick fights through them. He fights with the specific efficiency of a man who is not interested in doing more than the situation requires, and who has assessed the situation as requiring a great deal. Ardeth Bey fights beside him with the formal precision of a warrior tradition that has been maintaining its practice across 100 generations. And the contrast between them, Rick's improvisation and Ardeth's formality, produces a combat partnership that works precisely because the two approaches cover each other's gaps. Jonathan is less involved in the fighting. He discovers the Book of Amun-Ra in the course of the second visit to the city, in a chamber that the first visit had not reached, and his discovery of it has the quality of Jonathan's best moments. The right person in the right place at the right time, because there was no one else available. He picks it up and is briefly dazzled by the gold of it, and then practical about what he is holding, which is a book that can apparently do something important and that his sister probably needs. Imhotep has taken Evie by this point. He has taken her because the ceremony of Ankh-Sunamun's resurrection requires her presence, requires her specifically as the vessel, the willing or unwilling participant in the ritual that will bring his love back from the land of the dead. He takes her with the focused purpose of someone for whom no other consideration is present, not cruelty, not the enjoyment of her fear, but the single-minded movement toward the completion of the thing that has organized his entire existence across 3 millennia. The ritual chamber at the heart of Hamunaptra is where the film collects all its threads. Imhotep has Evie. He has the Book of the Dead. He has the canopic jars. He has the altar and the ceremony and the will of a man who has waited 3,000 years for this moment and who is conducting it with the absolute seriousness of someone for whom it is not a performance, but the most real thing that has ever happened. He begins. The ceremony in the ritual chamber has the atmosphere that the opening sequence in ancient Egypt established. The weight of genuine belief, of a ritual system that this story treats as actually functional rather than as superstition. The words from the Book of the Dead are words that do things in this world, and Imhotep says them with the fluency of the high priest he was, with the authority of the office that was taken from him along with everything else. Rick arrives. The arrival is not subtle. Rick's approach to the rescue of people he cares about is the same as his approach to everything else: direct, committed, and considerably faster than the situation ideally allows for. He comes through the outer chambers of the city with Ardeth Bay and whatever else is available to them at this point in the story, which is not much, but which includes the one thing that matters. Jonathan has the Book of Amun-Ra. The problem is that nobody can read it. Nobody can read ancient Egyptian at the speed and accuracy the situation requires, except Evie. Evie is currently in the middle of being used as a sacrificial participant in a resurrection ceremony. The gap between the book's requirements and Evie's availability is the film's final logistical complication, and the solution to it is exactly what the film has been building toward from the first moment. The solution is that these specific people, in this specific combination, can find a way. Jonathan reads it. He reads it the way Jonathan does everything, with full commitment and minimal preparation, the sounds of ancient Egyptian coming from his mouth in the approximate shapes of the language rather than the precise shapes, the kind of reading that an Egyptologist would find painful, but that the story's universe treats as adequate because the intention is correct and the urgency is absolute, and sometimes adequate is what you have. The incantation works. Imhotep, who has been conducting his ceremony with the confidence of a man who has never seriously entertained the possibility that this moment would be interrupted, feels the change in himself before he understands it. His immortality, which the curse preserved and which his regeneration restored, begins to leave him. He becomes mortal. He stands in the ritual chamber of Hamunaptra as a man, an immensely old and cursed man, but a man capable of being killed. Rick moves. He moves with the sword he has been carrying since the outer chambers, across the space between himself and the thing he has been pursuing across the full length of the film, and the movement is clean and final. The blade finds Imhotep. The wound does what wounds do to mortal men. Imhotep, dying, looks at Evie. He looks at the altar where the ceremony was interrupted. He looks at the face of Ankh-Sunamun, present in the form of the woman who was not, in the end, her, who was always herself, always Evie Carnahan, always the Egyptologist from Cairo, who read aloud from a papyrus book without knowing what she was reading. He says something that the film does not translate. Whatever it is, it has the quality of a final address to the purpose that has consumed him. A last word to the love that drove everything, that drove the forbidden affair and the mummification, and the 3,000 years in the dark, and the regeneration and the plagues. Then the underworld opens beneath him, and Imhotep is pulled down into it, with the finality that the curse always promised, and that the mummy's own ambitions had delayed for 3,000 years. The water closes over him. The city, which has been held in a kind of terrible animation by his presence, begins to dissolve. The sand comes in. The torches go out. Hamunaptra, which was the site of the original transgression and the original punishment, and everything that followed from both, begins its return to the desert floor, sinking, settling, going back to the condition of burial that its name always described. They run. The running out of Hamunaptra is the film at its most purely kinetic. The collapsing city, the rising sand, the group moving as fast as the distance between them and the exit allows, which is fast, but not so fast that the audience cannot enjoy the urgency of it. Evie runs. Rick runs with her. Jonathan runs with the book of Amun-Ra and the saddlebags of treasure he has assembled, because Jonathan does not abandon treasure in an emergency any more than a magpie abandons shiny things. Ardeth Bay exits with the composure of a man who has been in collapsing ancient sites before, which is, for a Medjay warrior, entirely possible. They make it out. The camels are where Ardeth Bay, who has been thoughtful about logistics throughout, has positioned them. They mount. They ride. Cairo is behind them, and ahead is open desert and then, eventually, the civilization they came from, the world they know, the life that was going on without them while they were fighting an ancient Egyptian priest for the continued mortality of the entire region. Rick and Evie ride together, close enough that their horses are almost touching, in the way of people who have been through something that has resolved into something else, who started the journey as strangers conducting a transaction and are ending it as the specific thing they are now, which is another kind of transaction, but one they chose. Jonathan has the treasure. The treasure, which is substantial, will cause Jonathan various problems in subsequent years that the film does not go into, but that the nature of Jonathan strongly implies. For now, it is in the saddlebags, and the saddlebags are on the camel, and the camel is moving, and Jonathan looks extremely pleased with himself. Behind them, the sand settles over Hamunaptra. The city of the dead is back where it belongs. The secret is a secret again. What happened there will become one of the stories that circulates in certain circles. The Medjay will know it, and a few Western adventurers will carry it, and Evie will probably write a paper about it that no academic journal will accept. And Rick will tell it in bars to people who will not believe him. The truth of it, for now, is enough. The Cairo Museum in the years before the Second World War was a place of genuine and considerable scholarship, and Evie's position there, despite the library, reflects the seriousness of her knowledge. She has been studying ancient Egypt since she was a child, since her parents took her through the Valley of the Kings before they died there. And the knowledge she has built since is not the enthusiast knowledge of a dilettante, but the working knowledge of someone who reads the primary sources in the original language and who has opinions about the dating of certain late-period inscriptions that she will defend at length if anyone gives her the opening. Her colleagues at the museum are fond of her in the way of people who recognize genuine passion, but who have been worn down by the gap between the passion and the practical. She loses things. She breaks things. She starts conversations about cartouches at dinner parties and does not notice when the dinner party has moved on. She is, in the vocabulary of the institution, a difficult but valued member of the team, and the museum's director's relationship with her contains both genuine respect for her scholarship and genuine terror about what she will do to the stacks next. She is also the person who, when Jonathan arrives with a map to Hamunaptra, understands immediately. Not after consultation, not after research, immediately, from the first look, what she is holding. The map is old. The papyrus is the real thing, and the markings on it are the real thing, and the city it is showing is a place she has read about in every serious account of Egyptian geography that mentions it. A place that sits at the intersection of the sacred and the mythological in ancient Egyptian culture in a way that makes its physical existence both plausible and extremely significant. She holds it, and the museum and the disaster of the library and her uncertain professional future all recede to the background. She says, Hamunaptra. Jonathan says, Gesundheit. The prison visit has the quality of a scene that knows exactly what it is. The introduction of the third member of the central trio, the moment when the group that will face the danger is completed. Rick O'Connell hangs in the air above the trapdoor with the resigned air of a man who has assessed the situation and found it lacking, but who has not entirely given up. And Evie's arrival with the bribe at the last possible moment is received by him with the equanimity of someone who has been saved at the last moment before and who knows better than to waste the save by excessive celebration. He comes down from the noose. He looks at Evie. He looks at Jonathan. He says, "What do you want?" She tells him. He considers. He agrees. The consideration is brief because the alternatives are not compelling and because something about the woman standing in front of him holding a sheaf of papers about ancient Egypt with the authority of someone who knows what she is talking about has caught his attention in a way that the prison cell and the hangman's noose and the entire preceding hour have not. He says, "I know where the city is." She says, "We know." He says, "Then what do you need me for?" She says, "You'll see." The boat down the Nile establishes the rhythm of the group, for the adventure changes the rhythm. And the rhythm that emerges is one of the film's quiet pleasures. Three very different people finding their footing with each other in the specific way that proximity and shared purpose produce. Jonathan moves between them as a social lubricant and a source of comic friction, always slightly less aware than the others of what is actually happening, and always slightly more interested in what there might be to eat. The evenings on deck are the film's most relaxed sequences, the moments when the story breathes before the urgency takes hold. Evie reads on the deck in the fading light, reads aloud sometimes in ancient Egyptian, the sound of the language carrying across the water with the particular music of something old and precise. Rick comes and leans against the rail near her and does not interrupt the reading, which is its own form of attention. She is aware of him without looking up. Jonathan has found the boat's supply of local spirits and is exploring them with dedication. The stars over the Nile are the stars that the ancient Egyptians also looked at and named and built their calendar around. And the film allows itself one quiet moment with this. Evie pausing in her reading to look up at the sky, Rick looking up with her, the two of them briefly in the same orientation toward the same ancient thing without needing to say anything about it. Then the Magi attack, and the quiet is over. The first encounter with Ardeth Bey establishes him as the film's moral register, the person who knows what the stakes are and who carries that knowledge without flinching, who looks at the three Westerners on the boat with the specific frustration of someone watching people about to step on a trap and being unable to make them understand that the trap is real. He is not wrong. He is, in fact, precisely right about what is going to happen. The film does not let him be wrong. The Magi's role in the story is to be accurate, and to have their accuracy paid for by the people who did not listen. His face when he releases them and watches the boat continue downriver has the expression of a man resigning himself to a situation he cannot control. Cairo in the grip of the plagues is one of the film's great set pieces, handled with the discipline of a production that knows the difference between showing everything and showing enough. The blood in the Nile appears first at the edges of the frame, the water darkening around a boat, the color wrong, the locals noticing before the Europeans do. The locusts come with a sound that builds before the insects themselves are visible, a rising pressure in the air that the city feels before it understands. The darkness at noon is the most dramatic and the most disorienting. The city going suddenly dim in the middle of the working day, the sky the wrong color, Cairo's several million inhabitants looking up at something that has no natural explanation. Imhotep in Cairo is Imhotep at his most terrifying because he is recognizably a person. He moves through the markets and the streets and the grand boulevards with the bearing of someone who owned a version of this city 3,000 years ago, who built in the predecessor of this civilization, who understood the sky above it and the ground beneath it in ways that the modern inhabitants do not. The city is smaller to him than the one he knew. The people are the same as people have always been. He looks at them with the cool assessment of someone who is evaluating resources. He speaks, and when he speaks, the air changes. The scene where Imhotep addresses the three Americans who have survived the site encounter, who are now in a Cairo hotel attempting to process what has happened to them, is the film's most explicit horror set piece. And it works because of what it does not show as much as what it does. The Americans are affected. The effects are handled with the restraint of a film that knows suggestion is more powerful than display. What is left of them when Imhotep has finished with them is not shown in full. What is communicated is the scale of the power and the cost of having disturbed its source. Rick, watching the plagues progress from a rooftop above Cairo, has the expression of a man recalibrating. He recalibrates quickly. The recalibration does not produce despair or paralysis. It produces action, the characteristic response of someone whose relationship with impossible situations is one of long familiarity. He finds Ardeth Bay. He asks what he knows. He listens, which is not something he does extensively, but which he does when the information is worth listening for. He forms a plan from the available materials, which are himself and Evie and Jonathan, and a Medjai warrior who has been fighting this fight for his entire life. The plan is to go back. Evie, who has been working through the texts, comes to find him on the rooftop with the specific expression of someone who has found the thing they were looking for and who is not sure whether to be pleased or frightened about finding it. She has identified the Book of Amun-Ra. She knows what it can do and where it is. The knowledge is the key. She says, "We need to go back to Hamunaptra." Rick says, "I was afraid you were going to say that." She says, "I know." He says, "All right." And the saying "all right" is the film's quietest declaration of the thing between them, said without emphasis, without ceremony, with the ease of someone who has made the decision before they finish the sentence, and who is not making much of the making. He is going back to Hamunaptra. He is going back because she needs to, and because he has decided, somewhere in the course of the boat trip and the desert crossing and the ruins in Cairo, that what she needs matters to him in the way that specific things matter to specific people when the caring has arrived. She looks at him. He is already looking somewhere else, already thinking about the logistics of the return journey. She looks at him for a moment in the Cairo evening with the expression of someone who has just understood something. And then she goes back to her texts. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. The Mummy is a film constructed on a specific and productive tension. The same story contains both a horror film and a romantic comedy, and the two genres share the frame without either one destroying the other. The villain is genuinely frightening. Imhotep's regeneration is disturbing in the way that the original Universal horror films understood. The slow assembly of a terrible thing from the wreckage of what it used to be. And the heroes are genuinely charming, moving through the same adventure with wit and momentum, and the specific warmth of characters who like each other. The film knows how to modulate between these registers. When it needs to be scary, it is. When it needs to be funny, it is. The transitions are smooth because the tonal balance is established early and maintained consistently. This balance depends almost entirely on the casting, and the casting is exactly right. Brendan Fraser as Rick O'Connell brings a quality that the role absolutely requires, and that is more difficult to produce than it appears. The quality of someone who can be an action hero without taking themselves seriously as an action hero, who can throw punches and make quips in the same motion without either one undermining the other. Rick's heroism is never in question, but his self-importance is minimal, and the gap between his genuine capability and his refusal to be impressed by his own capability is where the comedy lives. He is, as the film understands him, a man of action who happens to be funny rather than a comedic character who happens to fight well. The distinction matters for the tone. Rachel Weisz as Evie is the film's central performance and its most carefully constructed character. Evie is bookish and accident-prone and completely serious about her work and capable of taking care of herself in ways that the adventure gradually reveals. She is not simply the woman to be rescued. She is the person who can read the Book of the Dead, who speaks the language of the place, who understands what is happening at a level that Rick cannot. The rescue in the final act works because Evie's knowledge is the tool, and Rick's ability to deploy it under pressure is the mechanism. The film needs both, and both characters know it. The comedy of her introduction, the library, the shelves, the perfect comic timing of a disaster unfolding in elegant slow motion, is the film's way of establishing that her excellence is genuine, and her clumsiness is also genuine, and that neither one cancels the other out. She is two things at once, completely, and the film never asks her to be only one of them. Arnold Vosloo as Imhotep is the element that keeps the film from being merely a pleasant entertainment. He plays the role with the serious intensity of an actor who has decided that the mummy is not a costume, but a person of immense intelligence and immense grief, whose specific horror is inseparable from his specific devotion. Imhotep is terrifying because he is purposeful. He does not rampage. He does not destroy for the pleasure of destruction. He moves through the modern world with the fixed intention of someone for whom only one thing matters, and that one thing, 3,000 years of waiting notwithstanding, is love. This is the film's most interesting and least frequently noted accomplishment. It makes the villain comprehensible without making him sympathetic, which is the harder version of the trick. We understand exactly what he wants and why he wants it. The wanting is human. The means are monstrous. The opening sequence in ancient Egypt is the foundation everything else rested on, and the film is right to give it the treatment it gives, staging it as a genuine tragedy rather than a prologue, with the weight of a story about two people who loved each other more than they should have, against a backdrop of a civilization that had very clear ideas about what more than you should meant. Imhotep and Ankhsu-Namun are not heroes exactly. They made a catastrophic choice. But the choice was made out of love, and the film does not entirely condemn them for it, which is what allows Imhotep to remain something more than a monster across the full length of the story. The film understands the mythology it is drawing on, the Egyptian underworld, the rituals of death and resurrection, the 10 plagues, and treats it with a respect that stops short of scholarship and reaches for atmosphere instead. It does not explain everything. It uses the imagery of ancient Egypt as a kind of emotional landscape. The scale of the buildings, the darkness of the tombs, the language of the carvings, the weight of 3,000 years pressing through every surface. Hamunaptra feels like a real place because the film treats the history of the place as real, as having produced real consequences, as still being active in ways that the modern world would prefer not to acknowledge. The Magi are the film's most interesting secondary element because they represent a continuity that the rest of the story is disrupting. Ardeth Bey and his men have been doing the same thing for 3 millennia, guarding the same secret, preventing the same outcome, passing the obligation from generation to generation with the specific weight of something that cannot be set down. The modernity of the 1920s setting makes their existence both strange and poignant. Men on horseback in the desert maintaining a sacred duty against the encroachment of a world that has no framework for understanding why it matters. The film treats them seriously, which is the right choice. Their mission is not comic relief. It is the moral context within which the adventure takes place. Beni Gabor deserves the consideration the film gives him, because he is a more thoughtful creation than his comic function suggests. He is the story's warning about what happens when someone decides that personal survival is the only value worth pursuing, when the calculation of self-interest is performed without any countervailing principle. Benny is not stupid. He is quick-witted, adaptable, genuinely resourceful. He simply has no loyalty except to himself, and no principle except the continuation of himself. And the film follows this logic to its natural conclusion. The man who serves only himself ends up serving everyone else's purposes and no one's interests, least of all his own. The end he meets is comic in the tone of the film, but the logic of it is serious. Rick and Evie's relationship is the film's emotional through line, and it works because the film is patient with it, because it does not rush the acknowledgement, does not force the declaration, allows the two characters to be in each other's company across the full length of the adventure before they arrive at anything explicitly stated. The things that are not said between them for most of the film are more eloquent than any dialogue. And the characters are smart enough and busy enough that their not saying feels natural rather than contrived. They are occupied with survival and discovery. The other thing can wait. When it stops waiting, the timing is right. The film is also at a level beneath the adventure, a story about knowledge and its consequences. Evie's scholarship is the engine that sets everything in motion. She reads from the papyrus book at Hamunaptra. She activates the mechanism. She begins the chain of events that awakens Imhotep. She is not to blame for not knowing what she was reading, but the film is clear that reading things you do not fully understand is not without risk. Dr. Chamberlain reads the Book of the Dead without understanding its consequences and pays for it. Evie reads the papyrus without understanding its consequences and sets the plot in motion. Knowledge in this film is power, in both directions. The same fluency in ancient Egyptian that wakes the monster is the fluency that, in Jonathan's hands at the end, manages to strip the monster of its immortality. The Book of the Dead and the Book of Amun-Ra are two sides of the same system, the ability to give life and take it, to restore and to end. What determines which direction the power flows is who holds it, what they know, and whether the emergency of the moment allows them to use what they know correctly. Jonathan's halting reading of the incantation that defeats Imhotep is the film's most pointed moment of comic irony. The sloppiest reader in any room containing ancient Egyptian text is the one who ultimately saves the day, because his sister passed him the gold book at the right moment, and he gave it everything he had. The triumph is not earned by expertise. It is earned by doing the necessary thing badly, which is sometimes all that is available. The decade that produced The Mummy was particularly fertile for adventure films of this register. Big, confident, built around appealing characters and genuine craft, unafraid of their own pleasures. What distinguishes it within that decade is the specific balance it achieves between its horror elements and its comedy, between the genuine darkness of its villain and the genuine lightness of its heroes, between the weight of ancient Egypt and the fizzy irreverence of a 1920s adventure yarn. These are not easy things to balance, and they do not always stay balanced in films that attempt them. Here they do. The reason, ultimately, is the characters. The Mummy is a film that genuinely likes its people, that is interested in them, that gives them more to do than the plot strictly requires, that finds the texture of who they are more enjoyable than the mechanism of what they do. Rick is more interesting than the adventure plot needs him to be. Evie is more interesting than the rescue plot needs her to be. Even Imhotep is more interesting than the monster plot needs him to be. The film spent the extra effort on them, and the extra effort is what makes the difference between a film that is pleasant to watch and one that people have been returning to for over 20 years. The 1920s setting is not incidental to what the film is doing. It is the setting that makes the comedy and the adventure and the horror all possible simultaneously. The 20s carry a particular flavor in popular imagination, the decade of jazz age, easy confidence, of colonial exploration before the full recognition of its ethical complications, of a Western world that had survived the First World War and was proceeding with somewhat fragile certainty that the modern age had answers for everything. Into this confidence, the film drops an ancient evil, and the confidence does not survive the contact intact. The period also allows the film to operate with a physical vocabulary that a contemporary setting would foreclose. The camels and the biplane and the sailing feluccas on the Nile, and the particular social world of colonial Cairo, the Egyptian museum surrounded by a city that contains both the ancient past and the British present. The anachronism of the setting is part of the pleasure. These are the people who are going to encounter the Mummy, these very specific 1920s, people with their particular mixture of confidence and vulnerability, and the mismatch between their world and the thing they awaken is funnier and more frightening than it would be in any other decade. Rick and Abby's relationship carries the film's emotional weight, and it does so by being, at its core, a story about complementary competence. They are good at entirely different things, and the things they are each good at are the things the other cannot do. Rick can fight and navigate and survive and make fast decisions under pressure. Evie can read the language, understand the history, interpret the artifacts, and provide the knowledge that makes the survival meaningful. Neither of them alone could have done what they do together, and the film earns this by making both competencies genuinely matter at different points in the story, rather than arranging things so that one is always primary. The romance between them is also the film's most carefully paced element. It does not announce itself. It is present from the prison courtyard, in the way Rick looks at Evie, and in the way she does not quite notice the looking. And it develops across the adventure through proximity and shared danger, and the small exchanges that are not about the romance, but that build it anyway. The shooting lesson, the evenings on the boat, the moments in the ruins where one of them makes a decision that prioritizes the other without making much of the prioritizing. By the time the kiss at the end arrives, it has been so thoroughly prepared for that it feels less like a climax than an acknowledgement of something that has been true for a while. The ancient Egyptian mythology that the film draws on is simplified, but not disrespected. The actual Egyptian religious system was vastly more complex than anything a 2-hour adventure film could contain. But the film takes its simplified version seriously. The Book of the Dead, the canopic jars, the concept of the Hamdai, the idea that the soul has an afterlife that can be manipulated through the right rituals, and treats these elements as things that function within the story's world, rather than as decorative, Egyptian-flavored furniture. When the Book of Amun-Ra strips Imhotep of his immortality, the film asks us to take that seriously, and we do, because the film has established that the mythology is real within this world from the very first scene. The monster is the mythology embodied. Imhotep as a character spans 3,000 years, and the film holds this across his appearance in both time periods. The man in the opening sequence and the regenerating mummy in the modern sections are the same person, and the film connects them through the one constant that has not changed: the love for Ankh-Sunamun. This is the element that distinguishes the film's horror from simple monster of the week storytelling. Imhotep is not a random threat. He is the consequence of a specific choice made by a specific person for a reason that the audience can understand. The horror is that understanding him does not stop him. There is a scene near the film's middle where Imhotep looks at Evie and sees in her Ankh-Sunamun, and the look he gives her carries both recognition and grief, and something that is not quite desire, but is its predecessor, the longing for the person the desire was for. It is the most humanizing moment the villain receives, and the film allows it to land without comment, without undercutting it with the adventure plot's urgency. Vosloo holds it, and the holding is what makes it work. For one moment, the mummy is simply a man who misses someone. Then the film moves on, because the film is an adventure, and Imhotep is also a monster, and the adventure does not stop for sentiment. The Magi represent something the adventure genre does not always make room for. The people who were there before the heroes arrived, and who will be there after they leave, whose stake in the outcome is older and deeper than anything the protagonists can claim. Ardith Bey is not grateful for Rick and Evie's help exactly. He regards them with the complicated feeling of someone who needed accidental assistance with a problem that should never have existed and that only exists because of the accidental assistant's carelessness. The film lets this complication stand rather than resolving it into simple alliance, and the result is a secondary character with more interior dimension than most adventure films give their supporting heroes. The question of what the Magi have sacrificed is one the film does not dwell on, but leaves present. 3,000 years of families, of lives lived in service to a secret obligation, of generation after generation, passing the knowledge and the duty to the next. The scale of that commitment is acknowledged in how Ardeth Bay carries himself, in the gravity he brings to every interaction, in the way he speaks about the obligation not as a burden, but simply as the condition of who he is. He did not choose this. He was born into it. The film respects that without making it his only dimension. Jonathan Carnahan is the film's licensed fool, the character who exists partly for comedy and partly to do the things that the more competent characters cannot do without breaking the tone. His discovery of the Book of Amun-Ra, his reading of the incantation, his loading of the saddlebags with treasure during the chaos of the finale, all of these are things that only Jonathan can do, not because he is uniquely qualified, but because he is uniquely unencumbered by the weight of knowing what is at stake. He does these things with the breezy pragmatism of someone whose self-preservation instincts are strong enough to generate accidental heroism, and whose greed is consistent enough to guarantee the treasure gets picked up. He is also, underneath the comedy, a person who loves his sister. The film is not sentimental about this, but it is present in the way he positions himself relative to the danger. Never exactly in front of her, but never so far behind that she would be alone with it. The protectiveness is not articulated. It is just there. Hamunaptra itself is the film's most important location, and the one that does the most work. The city of the dead is both the source of the horror and the site of its defeat, the place where the transgression happened, and the place where the reckoning happens, the ancient burial ground that the modern world digs up and that must, in the end, be reburied. The film's geography is circular. They go to Hamunaptra, they retreat to Cairo, they return to Hamunaptra, and then they leave Hamunaptra for the last time as it sinks back into the sand. The city is the story's center of gravity. The two descents into the city are deliberately different in atmosphere. The first is the descent of discovery, the wonder of the place, the historical excitement, the sense of being inside something that the world had lost. The second is the descent of emergency, darker, more dangerous. The city now animated by the presence of the thing they woke in it, the wonder replaced by the weight of consequence. The same location, rendered differently by the state of the people moving through it, is the film's neatest structural trick. The comedy of Hamunaptra's initial exploration, the traps, the scarabs, the competitive sniping between the British and American expeditions, is the film establishing its tonal baseline before it shifts the register toward horror. The shift is gradual and earned because the comedy is real comedy rather than comic filler. The audience has genuinely laughed before the film asks them to be frightened, which means they are emotionally invested in the characters before those characters are put in genuine danger. The film's best action sequences have a wit to them that separates them from pure spectacle. The escape from Hamunaptra, when the scarabs awaken, Rick fighting his way through the mummy's regenerating priests, in the streets of Cairo, the final confrontation in the ritual chamber. All of these are staged with genuine invention, with the sense of a director who is enjoying the logistics of the action rather than simply filling time between the dialogue scenes. The physical geography of each sequence is clear, and the characters' positions within it are always legible, which is rarer in action filmmaking than it should be. What makes The Mummy last in the end is the thing that makes all good adventure films last: the people. The plot is the engine, but the characters are the destination, and these are characters worth spending time with, funny and capable and specific, with relationships that develop across the story rather than being declared at the start and illustrated thereafter. Rick O'Connell and Evie Carnahan and Jonathan Carnahan and Ardeth Bay and Imhotep himself are all more than their functions. And the film's confidence in them is what allows it to be simultaneously a horror film and a comedy and a romance and an adventure, because the characters are large enough to contain all four. And so the story of The Mummy leaves us in the open desert, the city of the dead, back under the sand where it belongs, three people on camels heading toward the horizon with more treasure than they should have and more experience of the ancient world than anyone should comfortably possess. The past has been returned to the past. The love that caused 3,000 years of catastrophe has been at last laid to rest. The modern world continues, slightly shaken, grateful for the people who went into the dark places so that the dark places could be closed again. Let that thought carry you gently into sleep. The desert is quiet. The stars over Egypt are unchanged. The sand holds its secrets for another night. Rest well. Our next story begins in a different place with different people and a different journey. Welcome to Boring Cinema. Tonight, we gently revisit the story of Castaway. Settle in, relax, and let the film unfold slowly. There are films that ask a single question and spend their entire length sitting with the answer, refusing the comfort of easy resolution. Castaway, directed by Robert Zemeckis and released in 2000, is one of those films. It is a film about time, about how time passes, what it costs, and what a person becomes when they are removed from the ordinary rhythms that give time its meaning. It is also a film about connection, what we need from other people, what we carry when we lose them, and what we find when we have been alone long enough that the question of what we need has been stripped back to its most essential form. Tom Hanks plays Chuck Noland, a FedEx systems analyst whose life is organized around the precise management of time, and the film is built around the terrible irony of returning that man to a condition in which time is the one thing he cannot manage, cannot optimize, cannot account for. What happens to him on the island is survival, but survival is only the surface of it. What is really happening is a 4-year education in what matters, conducted by the harshest possible curriculum. This is a quiet film for much of its length, and the quietness is essential rather than incidental. It is a film about a man alone, and being alone is a quiet condition, and the film has the courage to remain in the quiet rather than filling it with something easier. Let it be quiet. Let it unfold. We begin in motion. Chuck Noland is always in motion. The film introduces him at work, not sitting, not standing still, but moving through a FedEx facility in Moscow with the focused energy of someone for whom stillness is a failure state, who regards the gap between what is happening and what should be happening as a problem requiring immediate address. He is there to fix an efficiency problem. and he fixes it with the kind of directness that comes from a man who has reduced the complexity of most situations to the question of how long things take and how much they cost. He times everything. He times the loading of packages onto trucks. He times the response of the workers to his corrections. He times his own travel between facilities with the obsessive accuracy of someone for whom the stopwatch is not an instrument of measurement, but of value. The expression of a philosophy about how life should be conducted, which is precisely, without waste, with every moment accounted for and assigned its proper function. The FedEx world that the film establishes in its opening section is rendered with genuine attention. The scale of the operation, the density of the logistics, the extraordinary machine of global overnight delivery that Chuck serves, and that he clearly loves in the way people love systems that work, that take the chaos of things needing to be somewhere other than where they are and resolve it into the clean satisfaction of the package arriving on time. He returns to Memphis for Christmas. Kelly Frears is waiting for him, and the relationship between Chuck and Kelly is established in these opening scenes with the warmth of two people who have been together long enough that the warmth is settled, who know each other in the specific detail of a long shared life. She knows how he takes his coffee, and he knows which of her friends she is still angry with about something she has not entirely forgiven. They are good together. They are happy in the unceremonious way of people who are happy without making much of being happy, because the happiness is simply the condition of their life together rather than an achievement requiring acknowledgement. Christmas Eve with Kelly's family has the texture of a family gathering that has been happening for many years. The relatives, the children, the food, the specific comedy of too many people in a room that would be comfortable with fewer. Chuck is there, but not quite there. His beeper going off at the table. The operational demands of FedEx existing even on Christmas Eve in the particular way that systems without pause never quite release the people who serve them. He has a gift for Kelly. He gives her the watch. His grandfather's pocket watch, old and heavy, a timepiece with the weight of something that has measured the passage of time in one family across generations. She opens it, and it is clear that she understands what the giving means, that it is not an ordinary gift. She looks at him across the table. The beeper goes again. There is a crisis in Malaysia. He has to go. Tonight, on Christmas Eve, immediately, because the FedEx machine does not observe Christmas Eve, and because Chuck is the person the machine relies on when the machine needs a person. He tells Kelly he will be back by New Year's Eve. He tells her this with the certainty of someone who does not yet know that certainty is the thing the world is about to take from him. She drives him to the airport. In the car, in the dark, she gives him something to take with her. A wrapped gift, small, to be opened on the trip. He says he will be back before he needs to open it. She says maybe open it anyway. He puts it in his pocket without opening it. At the gate, he kisses her. It is the kind of goodbye that people give each other when they expect to see each other in a few days. Affectionate and real, but not extraordinary, not weighted with the significance that the audience already knows it carries. Kelly does not know. Chuck does not know. The film does not give them the knowledge that would change how they hold each other. It gives them the ordinary goodbye of people who are going to see each other soon. He walks through the gate. She watches him go. The flight to Malaysia departs into a clear evening and proceeds through the night without incident, for long enough that the incident, when it arrives as the thing incidents always arrive as, abruptly, without preparation, with the specific violence of the world refusing to proceed as planned. The storm is enormous. The FedEx cargo plane hits turbulence first. The kind of turbulence that makes experienced travelers grip their armrests, and that makes the flight crew's expressions shift into the professional blankness of people who are managing concern. Then the turbulence becomes something else, becomes the airplane inside a weather system of a scale that the instruments cannot properly account for, becomes lightning and structural stress, and the specific catastrophe of a large aircraft in a storm that exceeds its tolerances. Chuck is in the back among the packages. He puts on his life vest. He does it with the mechanical efficiency of training, the mind performing the steps because the steps are what there is to perform when the situation has exceeded the mind's ability to process it through ordinary channels. The plane breaks apart. The packages and Chuck and the fuselage and everything that was a managed system of global logistics seconds ago becomes wreckage falling toward the Pacific Ocean in the dark. He hits the water. He goes under. He comes up. He is alone in the dark ocean in the middle of an enormous storm, with wreckage around him and nothing else. No lights, no sound except the storm, no evidence that the world that put him here still exists. He finds a raft. He holds on. He is sick over the side of the raft in the way of someone whose body is insisting on the physical reality of terror. The storm moves through him and past him, and the darkness continues. Morning comes. The morning reveals the ocean, calm now, enormous, extending in every direction without interruption except for what is floating near him. Packages, debris, the recognizable shapes of FedEx cargo mixed with the unrecognizable shapes of what the crash has left. He paddles among the debris with his hands, looking for anything useful. He finds a few packages. He finds a life raft. He finds in the distance what might be land. There is land. The island sits low against the horizon, and he paddles toward it, and the current is with him for a time and against him for a time, and the paddling is the first of the 10,000 exhausting small efforts that will constitute his existence for the next 4 years. He reaches the beach. He collapses on it. He has survived the crash. He has arrived somewhere. The somewhere is entirely unknown. He wakes on the beach, and the island in the full daylight is a specific kind of beautiful, the kind that does not care whether it is witnessed, that is beautiful the way things are beautiful, when beauty is simply their condition, and not a quality directed at any observer. The trees are dense and green behind the beach. The water is extraordinary. The reef is visible through the surface where the waves break, white and jagged at low tide. He is alone. He explores what he can on the first day. The beach, the edge of the tree line, the geography of the place he has landed. And the exploring has the urgency of a man who is still operating on the timeline of emergency, who has not yet understood that the emergency has become the condition. He looks for signs of other people. He finds none. He signals with a piece of wreckage when a plane passes overhead. Too high, too far, the signal absorbed by the sky without acknowledgement. He opens some of the FedEx packages that washed ashore with him. The packages contain the arbitrary contents of the lives of the people who sent them. Ice skates, a dress, a videotape, a package of peanut butter crackers, a volleyball. He goes through them with the urgency of a man looking for survival tools rather than with any interest in the contents themselves, though the contents catch him sometimes, the evidence of ordinary lives proceeding somewhere outside this place. He leaves one package unopened. It has a pair of wings drawn on it, an image that the film returns to across the full length of the story. The one package he will not open, carrying something he will not know until he delivers it. He makes fire on the third day, or tries to. The attempt to make fire by friction occupies a long afternoon of the film's most physically committed acting. Chuck on his hands and knees in the sand with 2 sticks, working the motion that should produce heat, and then friction, and then ember, and then fire. Working it until his hands bleed and his arms are exhausted, and nothing has happened except that he has understood, at a cellular level, how much the mastery of fire required of the humans who first mastered it. He fails. He tries again the next day. He fails again. He takes a splinter from one of the packages and uses it to make a hand drill, and on the third attempt, something catches, a thread of smoke, almost invisible in the daylight. That is the most important thing he has ever produced in his life. He works it into an ember, into kindling, and then into fire. He shouts at the fire. He does not shout words. He shouts the sound of something that could not be expressed in words. The specific relief of a person who has just done the thing that changes everything, who has produced from nothing the most fundamental human technology, who has crossed from the world of the creatures that die in the dark to the world of the creatures that make light. He names the fire. He calls it his. It is his. The volleyball washes up on shore, and he cuts his hand on a piece of coral, retrieving it. And the bloody handprint he transfers to the volleyball surface in a moment of frustration produces a face, eyes, a mouth, the impression of a face in the smeared red on the white surface. He looks at it. It looks back at him in the way that faces always look back. The human pattern, recognition that finds personhood in the most minimal arrangement of marks because it needs to, because finding faces is one of the first things human minds do. He names the volleyball Wilson after the brand printed on its surface. Wilson is what he has. The relationship with Wilson begins practically. He argues with the volleyball, throws it away in frustration, retrieves it because retrieving it is less unbearable than leaving it. It becomes something else across the weeks and months that follow, something that the film does not over-explain, but that the logic of the situation makes entirely comprehensible. A person who has no one to talk to will find something to talk to, because the alternative is silence. And the silence of a deserted island is a different thing from the silence of a room. It is total. It is absolute. It has no texture of other human life beneath it. And the human mind, which evolved for connection, cannot endure it without finding something to connect to. Wilson becomes Chuck's companion. He talks to Wilson the way he might talk to a roommate or a friend, reporting the events of the day, discussing his plans, complaining about the coconuts. Wilson does not respond, obviously. The film does not make Wilson respond. What the film does is take the relationship seriously as a relationship. Because it is a relationship, or at least it is the form that relationship takes when no actual other person is available. The relationship of a social animal with its own need for connection, expressed outward onto an object that holds the projection. The months pass. Chuck learns the island the way anyone learns the place they live, through daily repetition, through the incremental accumulation of knowledge about where the fish are and when the tides run, and which parts of the beach are exposed at low tide and which are not. He makes tools from the materials available. He fashions a spear from a branch and the blade of an ice skate. He uses the strings of the dress he found to weave a net. He hauls crabs from the rocks at dawn. He eats them raw at first, and then cooked, and the cooking is one of the small dignities of the fire. The ability to apply heat to food is the difference between the animal and the person, and Chuck holds on to the person's side of that distinction with everything he has. He talks to Kelly, not to Wilson in these moments, to Kelly directly, to the memory of her, to the face he carries in the laminated FedEx badge he has kept from the crash. He tells her what the day was. He tells her what he has eaten. He tells her about a plan he has, a thought he had, something that happened that would have made her laugh. He keeps her present in the way that people keep absent people present, by speaking to them, by including them in the interior life, by maintaining the fiction of the conversation that cannot actually happen. The fishing is what keeps him alive. He learns to fish with the spear, a long, slow education in patience, in stillness, in the kind of attention that is not about control, but about waiting. He stands in the shallows and he waits. The fish come eventually. He learns when they come and where they are most likely to be and what movements will startle them and what stillness will make him invisible to them. He becomes, across many months, good at fishing. He had been before the island, a man who timed everything. The island is teaching him to wait. He keeps track of time in the way available to him, which is marks on the cave wall where he shelters during storms, a calendar of strokes, counting the days into weeks, and the weeks into months, and the months into the terrible accumulation of years. The cave wall fills with the record. He can see whenever he is in the cave how much time has passed, and the seeing of it is its own kind of discipline. A refusal to let the time become undifferentiated, to lose the count, to slide into the condition of timelessness that the island would otherwise produce. He has a tooth that becomes infected. The tooth is the island's most direct assault on him as a living body. The pain of a dental abscess conducted over days without access to any of the treatments that the world outside the island would provide. Reaching a point where the abscess is threatening more than the tooth, where the pain and the infection together constitute a medical emergency managed with an ice skate blade and a rock, and the specific, terrible willingness of a person who has decided that the alternative to acting is worse than acting. He knocks it out himself. He sits on the beach afterward, with the blood in his mouth and the pain receding from the sharp peak of the extraction to something more manageable. And he looks at the ocean, and he does not speak for a long time. There are things that happen in solitude that cannot be adequately translated into language, because the language was made by people who had other people nearby when the things happened, and this is one of them. Wilson watches. The reef prevents escape. The reef that surrounds the island's accessible beach is a wall of coral and surge that the film presents early as a geographic fact and returns to regularly as the thing standing between Chuck and any possibility of departure. It is passable at certain tides in certain conditions, and impassable at others, and the impassability is not absolute danger. It is the kind of danger that a capable swimmer, positioned correctly at the right moment, might get through. He tries. The surf takes him and returns him to the beach, damaged, defeated. He tries again and is returned again. He sits on the beach, bleeding from the coral, and looks at the reef with the expression of a man who has understood that the reef is not going to change, and that his relationship to the reef requires reassessment. He will need a raft. He will need a raft large enough and stable enough to clear the surf at the reef and reach the open ocean, and then he will need wind, and he will need to have thought carefully about the direction of the trade winds at this latitude, and the time of year when they blow in the direction of shipping lanes, and he will need something for a sail. He has on the beach the 2 portable toilets that washed ashore from the wreckage. He has them for a long time before he understands what he has. The film is patient about this. It does not rush him to the solution. He has to arrive at it through the process of a mind that is working on a problem with incomplete resources, and no one to think out loud with except Wilson. He arrives at it. The portable toilets on their sides will function as pontoons. The trees on the island provide the frame and the platform. The material from the packages provides lashing. The plastic sheeting from the toilet's walls, shaped and mounted correctly, will function as a sail. He has everything he needs. He has been on the island for 4 years. He tells Wilson the plan. Wilson receives the plan with the silence that is Wilson's invariable response, and that Chuck has learned, across 4 years, to read as various things: agreement, skepticism, the particular silence of someone who is thinking, the other particular silence of someone who has heard you and is waiting for you to continue. He reads this silence as agreement. He begins to build the raft. The building of the raft is the film's most extended sequence of purposeful labor, and the purposefulness of it has a quality that distinguishes it from the survival tasks that preceded it. The fishing and the fire-making and the water gathering were about staying alive. The raft is about leaving. The raft represents the transition from endurance to agency, from surviving the condition to doing something about the condition, and the building of it has the emotional weight of a person who has been passive in the way of someone with no options, becoming active in the way of someone who has found one. He drags the logs, he lashes the frame, he shapes the sail. He works across many days with the single focus of someone for whom the work is the only thing, and the island around him continues in its indifferent beauty, the birds and the vegetation and the water and the light doing what they always do, regardless of what he is doing, which is the most fundamental condition of his situation, and the thing he has perhaps most deeply learned across 4 years. The island does not care, not unkindly, not with hostility, simply without any orientation toward him at all. The island is what it is, and he is what he is, and the 4 years of his presence here have not changed it in any way he can see. He will leave it eventually, and it will remain exactly as it was when he arrived, bearing no trace of the 4 years of a one-man survival, returning to the condition of a place that has never been inhabited. He finishes the raft. The night before the launch, he sits with Wilson on the beach and talks. He talks about Kelly, about what he hopes to find when he gets back, about whether she is still there. He talks about the time he has lost, the 4 years, the magnitude of the absence. He is 50 pounds lighter than the man who got on the plane in Memphis. He has scars on his feet and hands from 4 years of coral and fire. His hair is long and his beard is full, and the person he was before the island is still present in him, but altered, deepened, changed in ways that he cannot yet fully inventory because he is still inside the change. He tells Wilson they are leaving tomorrow. In the morning, he launches the raft. The launch is the film's most purely physical sequence. The effort of getting the raft into the water, getting through the surf, getting over the reef that defeated him before is, in this attempt, with this raft and this sail and the specific tidal conditions of this morning, something that can be overcome. The surf takes the raft, and he holds on, and the raft takes the surf. And they come through the other side, in the open water, beyond the reef, on the ocean. He is free. The Pacific, from the outside of the reef, is a different ocean than the Pacific from the inside. The same water, but without the walls, without the boundary that the reef represented, without the limit that has defined the geography of his world for 4 years. He is in open water. The trade winds fill the sail made from toilet walls, and the raft moves. He is moving. The days on the open ocean are the film's loneliest passage, which is saying something given the 4 years that preceded them. On the island, he was alone with the sounds and the rhythms of a place. On the open ocean, he's alone with the horizon, which is the same in every direction, which offers nothing to look at except the sky and the water and Wilson. Wilson falls off the raft. The moment is one of the most disarming in a film that is not without its disarming moments. The volleyball, bobbing away from the raft in the current, carried by the ocean in the wrong direction, receding. Chuck lunges from the raft and swims toward Wilson. He reaches him. He almost makes it back. The wind takes the raft while he is in the water, and the gap between him and the raft grows, and he has to make the decision that the situation presents him with. Which is the raft, or Wilson, which is survival, or the companion of 4 years, which is the future, or the thing that made the future bearable. He lets Wilson go. He says Wilson. He says it the way you say the name of someone you are losing, which is like you are trying to put the sound of the name between you and the loss, like saying it can somehow slow the going. Wilson recedes. The ocean takes him. Chuck gets back to the raft. He lies on it. He is alone in a new way now, alone without even the fiction of companionship. Alone in the way he was not alone on the island because Wilson was always there. He drifts. A cargo ship finds him. The finding is another abrupt transition. The film does not linger on the arrival of the ship, does not stretch the rescue into a sequence of rising hope and culmination. The ship is simply there, having come across the raft in the open ocean in the way that things sometimes happen in the Pacific. And the people on the ship pull him aboard, and he is aboard a ship, and then he is in a hospital, and then he is in the world. The world is much as he left it. It is 4 years later. And the specific things that are different are the things that 4 years changes. The technology has moved. The faces he left behind are 4 years older. The events that happened in those 4 years have been events without him and have produced their outcomes without his participation. He has missed 4 years of the world, and the world has moved through them without particular awareness of his absence. He is debriefed by FedEx. The debrief is handled by the film with the quiet comedy of institutional processes, encountering situations they were not designed for. The forms, the questions, the specific bureaucratic machinery of a large corporation, processing an employee who has been missing for 4 years and who is now back. Chuck answers the questions with the patience of a man who understands that the questions need to be asked and who is, inside the patience, still processing things he cannot yet articulate. His friends throw a party for him. The party is held in a room full of people who love him and who are celebrating his return with genuine joy. and Chuck moves through it in the manner of a man who is present in body and not quite present in the other ways, who is in the same room but not entirely in the same register, who has returned from somewhere that has changed the terms of what a room full of people feels like, and who needs time to find his way back into the ordinary social world that 4 years on an island made strange. He is given a cheeseburger. He eats the cheeseburger. He goes to see Kelly. Kelly is still in Memphis. She has a life in Memphis. A husband, a daughter, the ordinary continuation of the life that went on after Chuck did not come back. That could not wait for someone who everyone eventually concluded was gone. She opens the door, and the scene that happens in the doorway of Kelly's house is the film's most emotionally charged passage, the one toward which the entire previous 2 hours has been pointing. She is happy to see him. She is also a woman with a husband and a daughter inside the house, and a life that is not the life she would have had if the plane had not gone down, and the happiness and the life and the impossibility of the situation coexist in her face in the way that things coexist in the faces of people who have more feeling than they can organize into any single expression. She holds him. She does not let go for a long time. He does not let go. They drive together later, and she tells him what happened. The years of waiting and the eventual decision that he was gone, and the grief and the building of something else. The slow construction of a life that was not the life they were building together. She tells him about her daughter, about the man she married. She tells him she loves him, which is true, and which does not resolve anything, because love and life are not always the same thing, and the life she has built does not include him. He tells her he always knew she was there. He tells her that what got him through the worst of it was knowing she was in the world somewhere. The specific weight of her existence, the fact of her, the understanding that she was alive, even when he could not be certain she was thinking of him or waiting for him or doing anything that had him in it. She was there. That was enough to hold. She gives him back the gift she gave him at the airport. He still has it unopened. She had kept it all this time, had it somewhere, had held on to it across the 4 years of his absence and the years since of his being alive without her knowing he was alive. The gift is a pocket watch, his grandfather's watch, which she gave him at the airport and which he put in his pocket without opening, and which he never opened on the flight because he said he would be back before he needed it. He drives away from her house in the night. He is alone again, in a different way from the island alone in the world, in the ordinary human aloneness of someone whose life has not yet found the shape of the life that is possible after what happened. He delivers the last FedEx package. He drives to the address on the label, a property in Texas, and sets the package at the door of a house on the edge of open country. He does not know what is inside it. He has never opened it. He leaves a note saying the package saved his life. He drives back out to the intersection of 2 roads. The roads extend in 4 directions. He has the map he was given with the delivery address, and he looks at the map, and he looks at the roads, and he considers the directions available. A truck drives past. A woman whose truck has the same winged logo as the package he just delivered, who waves at him as she goes by, who turns down one of the roads and becomes small in the distance and then gone. He looks after her. He looks at the roads. He looks at the direction she went. The film ends here at the crossroads with Chuck looking toward the horizon, of one of the available directions. Yekazina. He has survived the island and the ocean, and the return to a world that moved without him. He has lost Kelly and found her, and lost her again in a different way. He is standing at the beginning of whatever comes next, with no plan, no commitment, no package to deliver, free in the way that people are free when the known structure of their life has been removed and what remains is simply the day and the direction. He looks. The film cuts to black. The Memphis that Chuck inhabits before the island is a world organized entirely around motion and delivery. The great FedEx hub, which operates through the night at a scale that most people never see, is the backdrop for the version of Chuck Noland that the film establishes before it takes him away from it. The hub processes millions of packages, sorting them in the dark hours when the rest of the city sleeps, routing them with the precision of a system that has been refined continuously since it was invented. Chuck loves this system with the love of someone who believes in what he does, who thinks it's that the reliable delivery of things people send each other is a form of civilization, a proof that human organization can be made to work. He is in Russia on the film's opening day because a FedEx facility in Moscow is not meeting its targets, and the scene in which he addresses the workers is the film's first portrait of him as a professional. He speaks through a translator, and the specificity of what he says, the times, the gaps, the seconds that accumulate into failed deliveries, reveals a man for whom the numbers are not abstractions, but real costs paid by real people who expected their packages to arrive. He is not tyrannical about it. He is serious about it in the way of someone who takes his work seriously because the work seems to him to deserve seriousness. The watch he wears throughout these opening scenes is the film's first symbolic object, though it does not announce itself as symbolic. It is simply there on his wrist, a tool, checked regularly against the demands of the schedule. The film establishes the watch as part of the body, as natural to Chuck as his hands, as constant in his attention. He does not notice he is checking it because checking it is simply what he does. The Russia sequence establishes something else that will matter. Chuck is good at what he does, and what he does is valuable. And the world in which he does it is one he has thoroughly inhabited and understood. He is not a man without depth. He is a man whose depth has found its expression in a system. The FedEx system, the logic of overnight delivery, the machine that takes packages from where they are and puts them where they need to be. He believes in the machine. He serves it. That he is also, underneath the schedule and the stopwatch and the global travel, a man who loves a woman in Memphis and who wants to come home to her. This is present from the moment he returns for Christmas. The way he holds Kelly, the way he looks at her in the kitchen while her family is around them, and the holiday noise is filling the house, these are the gestures of a person who is at home in a way that no amount of professional success produces. She is the other thing he is, the part of his life that does not run on a schedule. Their relationship is drawn in very few scenes before the crash, which is the film's deliberate economy. We are given enough to understand what is at stake without being given so much that the island section loses its centrality. What we are given is specific. The look he gives her across her parents' dining table, when the beeper goes, the understanding that passes between them in that look, which is the understanding of two people who have negotiated this imbalance many times and who have a settled way of absorbing it. She is not angry. She is sad in the quiet way of someone who has learned to be sad about this without making much of the sadness. And then the airport. The sequence at the airport before the flight carries more weight in retrospect than it seems to carry in the moment, which is how the film designs it. Letting the ordinary farewell be ordinary, letting them kiss and say goodbye in the way people say goodbye when they expect to see each other in a few days, and then taking that ordinariness and placing it against everything that follows, so that when the audience returns to it in memory, it has become charged with everything it did not know it contained. She watches him walk through the gate. The storm that brings down the plane is the film's most spectacular passage, and the film handles it with the restraint that distinguishes the whole production. It does not give us the crash as spectacle, does not extend it for the pleasure of the disaster. The plane is in the storm, and the storm is enormous, and then the plane is falling, and then Chuck is in the water, and the sequence between these points is brief and disorienting, because disorientation is what the sequence is. The film does not want the crash to be exciting. It wants the crash to be terrifying and brief and disorienting, and it is all three. The ocean after the crash is the first version of the solitude that will define the next 4 years. Not the island solitude, which has its textures and rhythms and occasional beauty, but the ocean's solitude, which is total and dark and offers nothing to hold. He finds the raft and holds it, and the holding is the first survival act, the first choice in the sequence of choices that will constitute his life going forward. He does not decide to hold on. His hands decide. His body makes the choice that his mind, in the shock of everything, cannot quite organize. Morning reveals the possibility of the island. The island sits on the horizon as a shape against the sky, and the shape could be land or could be cloud, and the paddling toward it is therefore a kind of faith, not the religious kind, but the survival kind, the faith of someone who has decided that moving toward the possibility is better than staying in the confirmed nothing of the open ocean. He paddles with his hands. The current helps and then fights him. He keeps paddling. The island from the beach is a world that has been assembled without reference to human needs. The trees are dense and impenetrable at the tree line. The beach is beautiful and exposed. The fresh water, if there is fresh water, is somewhere in the interior. The food, if there is food, requires figuring out. Everything that the organized world provides automatically, water, food, shelter, warmth, light, requires here either invention or extraction, and the gap between what is needed and what is available is the whole of the problem. He opens the packages methodically. Each package is someone's life at a moment. The moment of sending the thing thought worth sending, the person who paid for overnight delivery and who does not yet know the delivery will not happen. The ice skates will become a tool, their blades detached and repurposed. The dress will become material. The peanut butter crackers are eaten immediately and are the best thing he has had in 2 days. The videotape he will watch once on a salvaged player in the first days before the battery fails. It is a woman's home exercise tape. A woman following along with an instructor in a room Chuck will never see. He watches it in the cave with the same attention he might have given a news broadcast, hungry for the evidence of ordinary life. The volleyball sits in the sand where he put it when he went through the packages, and he does not return to it for several days. The first attempt at fire deserves the time the film gives it, because making fire for the first time with no tools And no instruction is not the simple problem that film and television tend to suggest. It requires understanding a principle: friction generating heat, heat generating ember, ember requiring the right material to sustain it, and then executing the principle through a physical process that the body has not been trained to perform, in conditions that the early human who first did this also faced, with the same inadequate materials and the same enormous incentive. Chuck tries with sticks he finds on the beach. The sticks are green. Green wood does not work. He does not know this yet, and he tries for an hour before the trying produces nothing but blistered hands, and he stops. He finds drier wood. He tries again. He gets a brief ghost of smoke, or something that might be smoke, or might simply be heat rising from the friction. He cannot tell. He keeps trying. The hands blister more deeply. He stops for the day. The third day produces fire. The breath he uses to coax the first ember into flame is the most careful breath of his life. The slowest, most deliberate exhalation, directed with the precision of someone who understands that this is the moment, and that rushing it will extinguish what is trying to exist. The fire catches. It is real fire. He stares at it. He shouts. The shout is not words, and not quite a sound. It is the physical expression of a relief that has no adequate verbal form. The release of what has been building since the crash, and the water, and the raft, and the morning on the beach, and all the previous failed attempts. He does not care that there is no one to hear it. He shouts at the fire because the fire deserves to be shouted at, because he made it, and it is real, and it is his. The fishing education begins in the shallows at low tide. He starts badly, which is the only way to start when you have never fished with a sharpened stick in a tidal pool. The fish are faster than his instincts. He stabs the water and hits sand. He stabs again and hits sand. The fish move without apparent alarm. They are not afraid of him yet. He is too slow to register as a threat. This is useful information. He adjusts. He learns to hold the stick differently, to watch the fish's trajectory rather than its current position, to account for the refraction of light in shallow water that makes a fish appear to be where it is not. After 2 days, he catches one. He holds it in his hands, a small fish, not much, but real. And the fish is the first evidence that the island can sustain him, that the sustaining is possible, that he is not simply waiting to die. He eats it raw on the beach because the fire is not yet reliable enough to count on for cooking, and it is food, and he is alive and eating food. The first week establishes the basic grammar of his days: the fire, the fishing, the exploration, the water from the coconuts, and then from a freshwater stream he finds in the interior. Each of these requires effort, and each effort teaches something. The island is a demanding instructor, but a thorough one. It does not explain, it simply presents conditions, and the student either derives the lesson or does not, and the consequences of not deriving the lesson are immediate. He talks to himself at first. He narrates his actions in the way people narrate actions when they are alone and uneasy with the silence, saying what he is doing as he does it. A running commentary on the process of surviving, addressed to no one. The commentary tapers off as the days accumulate, and the silence becomes more familiar, less threatening. He grows quieter. The interior life expands to fill the space that external conversation used to occupy. Then the bloody handprint on the volleyball becomes a face, and the face becomes Wilson, and the quiet is over. The transition from silence to Wilson happens across several days and is not dramatic. He is sitting with the volleyball one evening, having retrieved it from where he threw it in frustration, and he speaks to it. He does not decide to speak to it. The speaking happens the way speech happens when a person has been quiet too long and a face is present. Even a painted face, even a face that cannot respond. He says something small, something about the fish that day, something about the plan for tomorrow. Wilson does not respond. Chuck waits anyway, the way you wait for a response in conversation. Then he continues. It is from this point that the island sections of the film become something other than a survival documentary. The logistics of staying alive remain. The fishing, the fire, the water, the shelter during the cyclone season, when the storms come and he retreats to the cave. But the interior life has found its expression, and the expression is the ongoing conversation with Wilson. And the conversation is where the film lives in its long middle section. He tells Wilson about Kelly. He talks about her the way people talk about someone they love when they are far from them, and the distance has clarified the loving with a directness that the presence of the person often complicates, with the ability to say things without the self-consciousness that saying them to her directly would produce. He tells Wilson what she looks like in the morning and what she laughs like, and the specific texture of her that he is afraid he will forget if he does not keep rehearsing it. He talks about his work, which seems more distant as the months pass, but which was, he tells Wilson, genuinely important to him. Not the status of it or the travel, but the actual doing of it. The satisfaction of making a system work better, of reducing the time between sending and arrival. Wilson receives this without the skepticism and that the coconut and the fish and the fire might be expected to generate toward the man who used to optimize delivery logistics. The seasons on the island are subtle but present. There is a dry season and a wet season, and the difference between them is felt in the availability of certain foods and the behavior of the ocean and the quality of the light, which changes in the tropical way across the year. The sun moving from directly overhead at midday in the height of summer to a lower arc in the winter months that produces longer morning and evening shadows. Chuck tracks these changes on his cave wall, marking not only the days, but the observable evidence of time, so that the passage of years is legible in the marks, even if it is not felt in the way that years are felt in the ordinary world. The second year is harder than the first. In the first year, survival is so new that every small success is remarkable, every learned skill a triumph, every piece of food a victory. By the second year, the extraordinary has become routine, and routine without variety is its own kind of suffering. The specific weight of doing the same things in the same place, with the same companion, across a time horizon that seems to extend without limit. He is less afraid in the second year than the first, which means he is also less buoyed by the small triumphs, which means the sameness of the days has a chance to press on him that it did not have before. He has dark periods. The film does not dramatize the dark periods extensively, but it acknowledges them in the way Chuck sits on the beach sometimes and looks at the water with the expression of a man who is not thinking about survival or fire or fishing, who is simply sitting with the weight of the situation, the full accounting of it. He is a person who was in the middle of a life and who is now nowhere in particular, who has no guarantee of rescue and no particular reason to believe that rescue is coming, who has been here long enough to know that the island will not kill him, but who does not yet know that it will eventually release him. He stays, because staying is the only available thing. The raft plan comes in the 3rd year. It comes not as a sudden idea, but as the slow crystallization of something that has been in the background of his thinking since the early days. The knowledge that the reef can be crossed with the right vessel, that beyond the reef is the open ocean, that the open ocean has shipping lanes, that the shipping lanes have ships. He has known all of this for a long time. What he has not had is the material to work with. The portable toilets change that. He looks at them one morning. They have been sitting on the beach since they washed ashore in the first weeks, useful for nothing he has identified yet. And something in the architecture of his mind shifts. The plastic walls, the volume, the potential for buoyancy on their sides. He turns one over and pushes it toward the water and watches how it floats. He tells Wilson, "I think I found our raft." The building of the raft takes several months and is the island's final and most demanding project. Every log dragged from the tree line is effort. Every lashing is effort. The shaping of the sail from the toilet wall plastic is effort. He is thinner than he has ever been in his life, and the physical demands of the construction fall on a body that has very little reserve. And he keeps going because stopping is not available. He told Wilson they are going to leave. Wilson does not let him forget it. He loads the raft on the morning of the launch with everything he is taking. Fresh coconuts, fish he has smoked over several days, Wilson. He has thought about whether to take Wilson for some time, and the thinking has not produced a clean answer. So he takes him. Wilson goes on the front of the raft. The launch is the test. The surf that defeated his earlier attempts was higher than this morning's surf. The tidal conditions that he has been watching for weeks are, this morning, what he determined they needed to be. The wind is from the right direction. He pushes the raft into the water and climbs aboard, and the surf takes it, and he holds on. The reef passes beneath them. He is on the open ocean. The trade winds fill the sail, and the raft moves at a pace that is not fast, but is real, is genuinely going somewhere in a direction with the force of the wind behind it. He sits on the raft and looks at the island receding behind him, and the island does not look different from the water than it looked from the beach. It is a shape against the sky, low and green, indifferent as always. He watches it until it is gone. The days on the open ocean have their own rhythm, which is the rhythm of water and wind and nothing else. He sleeps in the day when the sun is high because the heat is impossible to work through, and because the raft requires no navigation during the day. The trade winds determine the direction, and the direction is the direction they need to be going. He watches at night, when the stars are the only orientation available. The stars over the Pacific are overwhelming in their density. The Milky Way, visible as a band of light rather than a suggestion, the individual stars more numerous than any city dweller's conception of stars. The sky, a depth of light that becomes disorienting when stared at for too long. He uses the stars to confirm his heading and then sits with them rather than using them, simply present with the fact of being on a raft in the Pacific under 10,000 years of light. He tells Wilson about Kelly. He tells Wilson that when they get back, the first thing he wants is a real meal and a bath in that order. He tells Wilson and that he is going to find Kelly and tell her what the island taught him, which he is still working out, but which has something to do with the difference between the time he thought he was managing and the time he actually had. Wilson says nothing. The storm that nearly ends the raft comes on the third night at sea. A squall rather than the massive weather system that brought down the plane, but sufficient to destabilize the raft in the darkness, to soak everything and nearly capsize the platform, and to send Wilson rolling toward the edge. Chuck grabs him in the dark and puts him back, and the squall passes. And in the morning, everything is wet, and Wilson is safe, and the sail is intact, and the raft is whole. He loses Wilson on the 5th day. The 5th day is calm, the water flat and blue. And the losing happens not in chaos, but in a moment of ordinary motion. Chuck reaching for something on the far side of the platform, the weight shift sending Wilson rolling toward the edge, Wilson going into the water before Chuck can stop him. The orange of Wilson's features floats on the blue surface and recedes in the current, moving away from the raft. Chuck goes into the water after him. The swimming is real effort. He has been on the raft for 5 days, and his legs, which have not been used for propulsion in 5 days, are not immediately responsive. He reaches Wilson. He is 10 meters from the raft. He is 15 meters from the raft. He is 20 meters from the raft. And the gap between him and the raft is growing. He makes the decision without making the decision. His arms stop reaching for Wilson, and his legs turn toward the raft. He swims. The raft comes closer. He grabs it. He hauls himself aboard. He is on the raft. He looks back at Wilson. Wilson is 25 meters away. 30 meters, still floating, still visible. The painted face oriented toward the sky rather than toward the raft. The current carries him further. Chuck watches him go with the expression of someone who has already absorbed the loss before the absorbing is complete, who knows what has happened and who does not yet know what it means to live with it. He says, Wilson. The single word contains everything. The 4 years of daily conversation, the darkness of the cave and the light of the fire, the fish and the coconut, and the coral cuts and the tooth and the raft, and all the plans for what they were going to do when they got back. All of it is in the word, which is a name for a volleyball, and also the name of the companion that made the island possible, and the name of the relationship that the island produced and then took back. The ocean takes Wilson. Chuck lies on the raft. He drifts. The cargo ship finds him the next day. The finding is seen first from the ship's deck, which is the right choice, placing us with the people looking out rather than with Chuck waiting to be found, which means the rescue arrives as it arrives to a castaway, suddenly and without preparation, a ship where there was only water and then a ship. The crew brings him aboard. The crew speaks to him in a language he doesn't understand, and he speaks back in English. And for a moment, the two sides of the communication simply coexist without resolution. And then someone brings him water, and it does not matter what language anyone speaks. He drinks the water. He is given a meal. He eats the meal in the way of someone who has been eating coconut and fish for 4 years, and who has not forgotten what it feels like to eat something that was made in a kitchen, that required a stove and multiple ingredients, and someone who knew how to combine them. The meal is not remarkable. He treats it as remarkable. He eats it with complete attention. He is weighed and measured and examined by the ship's doctor, and the examination reveals a body that has been through something significant. The weight loss, the accumulated injuries, the teeth, including the absence of the one he extracted on the beach, the state of the skin and the eyes of someone who has spent 4 years in the sun on a tropical island without sunscreen or protective clothing. The body has survived. It is not the body that boarded the flight in Memphis. He sleeps in a bunk that is a bunk on a ship and is therefore not the cave on the island, and is therefore the most comfortable thing he has been in for 4 years. In the morning, the ship is closer to civilization, and civilization arrives in the form of a coastline, and then a harbor, and then a dock, and then the machinery of the world re-engaging with the person it had written off. The world he returns to has the quality of a place that has continued without him, which is what it is. The cars are the same cars, the buildings are the same buildings, the people he knew are 4 years older, and have been changed by 4 years of living, which is what 4 years does to people who live them in the ordinary way. FedEx has a new logo, a small change and therefore a significant one. Evidence of the passage of time visible in the most mundane possible form. His friends have organized a welcome back party with the full generosity of people who thought they had lost him and who want to express in the most available way that his return is the best thing that has happened to them in a long time. He stands at the center of the party in a suit that fits him poorly now because he is 50 pounds lighter than the suit was made for, and the room is full of noise and warmth and people who love him, and he stands in it in the way of someone who has come from very far away and who needs more time than the party allows. He eats the lobster they have served, and the lobster is extraordinary. He goes to the bathroom to be alone for a moment. He stands at the sink and looks at himself in the mirror, and the mirror shows a face that is his, and that is also the face of someone who has been somewhere he cannot explain to the people at the party, who has come back from a version of experience that has no common language with the experience in the room outside. He runs the water, and the water is warm because he turned the handle the right way, and the warmth is there because the system provides it. And the system providing it is something he used to take entirely for granted, and that he will never take for granted again. He goes back to the party. Later that night, alone in the hotel room that FedEx has provided for him, he lies on the bed and looks at the ceiling, and the ceiling does not move. The bed does not move. The room is still in the way of a room in a building on solid ground, and the stillness, after 4 years, and then the ocean, is its own disorientation. The body waiting for motion that does not come, the vestibular system recalibrating to the condition of not being on a raft. He sleeps. He wakes in the dark and cannot immediately locate himself, and in the moment before location arrives, he is back on the island, which is where his sleeping mind still lives, which is where it will continue to live for some time. Then the ceiling is there, and the hotel room is there, and he is in the world, and the world is where he is. He turns on the light, he sits up, he opens the small package that Kelly gave him at the airport 4 years ago, which he has carried unopened since the moment she placed it in his coat pocket, which he has carried through the crash and the island and the ocean and the ship, and is now here, in a hotel room in the city, ready to be opened. Inside is the pocket watch. It is his grandfather's watch, the one he gave to Kelly when they were first serious. He gave it to her, and she kept it all those years, and then gave it back at the airport as the thing she could send with him, the piece of him, that she could return to him when he left. He holds it. He opens the case. He winds it once. The mechanism turns. He listens to it tick. Then he sets it down on the nightstand and looks out the window at the Memphis night, which is the night of a city that is always in motion, that does not stop for anyone, that has its packages to deliver and its people to move and its time to track, which goes on regardless of what any individual within it has been through or what they have learned or how much they have changed. He goes to see Kelly the next morning. He drives to her house in the car that FedEx has arranged for him, in a neighborhood that he knows because he used to pick her up from it, that is unchanged in the way that neighborhoods are unchanged across 4 years. Her car is in the driveway. There's a second car. There is a child's bicycle. He sits in his car and looks at these things for a moment. He rings the bell. She opens the door. The scene in the doorway is one of the most carefully written and acted scenes in the film, carrying the full weight of what cannot be said between two people in a doorway. The love, the time, the impossibility, all of it present, and none of it expressible in anything that would not damage what is already fragile. She holds him, and he holds her, and the holding is real, and is also, because of everything, unbearable, in a way that real things are sometimes unbearable. Inside the house, sounds of a family. Later they drive together, and she tells him she is married. She has a daughter. The husband is kind, and the marriage is real, and the life she has built is the life she built in the gap he left, which is not a failure, but the only responsible thing a person can do when the person they love is gone. She tells him she loves him. She tells him that loving him does not change what is. He tells her, I know. He tells her, you're daring me to stay. She tells him she is not daring him to do anything. She is simply telling him what is true, and what is true is that she is not available to him in the way she was before, and she is sorry, and she loves him, and the life she has built is the life she has built. He drives away from her house in the night. He drives to Texas. The delivery of the last package. The one with the wings on it. The one he never opened. The one that was on the beach for 4 years and then in his bag and then in his car, is the final act of his professional life in the film. The completion of the thing that his professional identity always asked of him, which was to deliver the package. He does not know what is inside it, and he will not find out because opening it is not the point. The point is the delivering. He drives to the address in rural Texas, and he places the package at the door of a house on a property at the edge of open country, and he leaves a note. The note says that the package saved his life, which is true in the way that the things that give you a reason to continue save your life. Not literally, not materially, but in the sense of the one thing kept back. The one obligation not discharged, the reason to keep going forward. He drives back to the intersection. The crossroads sit in the flat Texas landscape with the specific openness of a place that has not committed to any direction, where the roads go north and south and east and west, and each one leads somewhere, and none of them is required. He unfolds the map he was given with the delivery address and looks at it. And the map shows the roads, and the roads show the directions, and the directions are all available. A truck passes. The woman in the truck has the wing symbol on the door. The same symbol as the package he just delivered. The same image he carried for 4 years without opening. She has slowed to see if he needs help. He says he is fine. She points him back to the main road in case he is lost. She waves and drives on, turning down one of the roads, becoming small in the distance, and then gone. He watches the direction she went. He looks at the map. He looks at each of the roads in turn. north, south, east, and the direction she went. He looks longest at the direction she went. The film holds on him at the crossroads. Then the light changes in the way that afternoon light changes in open country. The angle of it shifting, the shadows stretching, the sky taking on the particular quality of late afternoon, in a flat landscape where the sky is the largest thing and everything else is small beneath it. He looks at the direction the woman went. He smiles. He has been at the edge of smiling for most of the reunion section of the film, not yet able to arrive at it, not yet in possession of whatever the smile requires. Standing at the crossroads in the late Texas afternoon, it arrives. Not the full smile of resolved happiness, but the smaller and more real smile of someone who has just understood something about their situation, who has arrived at the recognition that the situation has possibilities rather than conclusions. He picks a direction. The film ends before we see which one. The cave where Chuck shelters during storms is the island's most interior space. The one location that is not exposed to the sky, that has walls, that creates the specific enclosure of a shelter rather than the openness of the beach. He has marked the walls of the cave with his calendar, and the marks extend across the full length of one wall and onto the adjacent wall, a timeline in charcoal that makes the accumulation of days visible as a physical quantity. When he looks at the marks, he can see what 4 years looks like when it is rendered as individual days, the weeks, the months, the years, each one occupying its measured portion of the wall. He also puts Kelly there. He has no photograph of her, except the FedEx badge with its laminated headshot. A poor image, the kind of official photograph that captures nothing of a person's actual appearance. And he places it in the cave where he can see it from where he sleeps. He talks to it on the difficult nights. The nights when the storm is loud and the cave is wet and the fire is hard to maintain, and the weight of the situation presses with the specific heaviness of dark hours. He tells the photograph and the badge about his day, about his plans, about the things he has figured out and the things he has not. The photograph does not respond. But the talking matters, because the talking is the maintenance of Kelly as a living presence in his interior life rather than a memory. The difference between the active imagining of a person and the passive recall of them. The difference between holding someone present through the effort of continued address and allowing them to recede into the past tense. He addresses Kelly in the present tense. He is keeping her present. This is what he tells her in the car in Memphis, during the reunion that cannot be a reunion, that he always knew she was there. He means it in the full sense, not that he knew she was waiting for him, not that he knew she had preserved their life intact across 4 years, but that he knew she was alive, that she was in the world, that the world contained her, and that this fact was the sustaining one. She was there. He addressed her from the cave. She was present for him across all those years in the only way she could be. That she was also, across those years, building a life that did not include him. That she was also fully and appropriately there for someone else does not contradict the way he held her on the island. The island's Kelly and the world's Kelly are not incompatible. They are simply different relationships to the same person, produced by different conditions, and both of them were real. Now that the story has gently unfolded, it can be interesting to reflect on some of the ideas behind the film. Castaway is a film about time in the deepest possible sense. Not time as a resource to be managed, which is how Chuck understands it at the beginning, but time as the medium through which life passes, which you can neither speed up nor account for, which will move at its own pace regardless of what you do or how precisely you measure it. Chuck Nolan's profession is the optimization of time, the reduction of the gap between when a package is sent and when it arrives, the compression of the interval between intention and fulfillment. The island removes him from the world where time can be optimized and places him in a world where time simply is, where it moves through him and past him and accumulates around him without reference to his plans. The irony is not cruel in the way that narrative irony can sometimes be cruel. It is, in the film's rendering, more like a teaching. The universe assigning to a man who thought he understood time the one curriculum guaranteed to change his understanding. 4 years is an extraordinary amount of time to render on screen. And the film's decision to show it, to actually move through the island years rather than eliding them, to spend the long middle section of the film in the specific rhythms of survival, is the choice that makes everything else possible. A lesser version of this story would have given us the crash and then jumped to the rescue, using the island as backstory rather than experience. Robert Zemeckis makes us stay. He makes the audience exist in the island time with Chuck, which means that when Chuck eventually leaves, the audience has some measure of what the leaving costs, of what was built and lost there. Wilson is the film's most audacious creative choice and its most honest psychological portrait. He is a volleyball. He does not speak, does not move, has no inner life. He is also the most important relationship in the film's central section, and the film earns the right to treat him as such because it understands what he represents. Not a delusion, not a symptom of mental illness, but a necessary adaptation. The human need for connection is so fundamental that when actual connection is unavailable, the mind will construct the form of it from whatever materials are at hand. Chuck is not confused about whether Wilson is a person. He knows Wilson is a volleyball. He also cannot survive without someone to talk to, and Wilson is the only candidate. The scene where Wilson floats away is the emotional center of the film, and the moment that clarifies what kind of film this is. An adventure film would not put us in the position of grieving a volleyball. A simpler survival narrative would move past Wilson quickly, treating the companion as a narrative device rather than a relationship. Castaway grieves him because 4 years of daily conversation constitute a relationship, regardless of whether the other party in the relationship was ever capable of reciprocating. What Chuck loses when Wilson goes is not a prop. It is the form that companionship took in the only world he had. Kelly is the film's most emotionally complex character, and the complexity comes from the film's refusal to make her situation simple. She waited. She waited for years. She eventually determined, with the rest of the world, that Chuck was dead, and she went on, which is what people do after they determine that someone they love is dead. She built a life. The life includes a husband and a daughter, and the ordinary texture of the years well lived. And the life is real, and the love she has for the people in it is real, and none of this is a betrayal of Chuck or a failure of love. She loved him. She loves him still. The life she built was the only responsible thing to do. And then he comes back. The film does not make her choose in the melodramatic sense. It does not construct a scene where she must stand between her husband and Chuck and declare one or the other. It lets the situation be what it is, which is more terrible than a clean choice. The two things she loves cannot coexist in the same life, not because of any failure of anyone involved, but because of time. Time moved without Chuck and produced the life she has, and the life she has is the life she has. And what has been built cannot be unbuilt simply because the person it was built around the absence of has returned. Chuck understands this. He understands it in the way that the island prepared him to understand things. Not quickly, not without pain, but with the directness of a person who has spent 4 years in conditions that burned away most of the places where self-deception is stored. He tells her that he has to keep breathing, which is the island's teaching, that you do what the next moment requires, that survival is not a strategy, but a practice, that the future arrives whether you plan for it or not. The watch that appears twice in the film, given at the airport, given back at the reunion, is the film's central symbol, carrying the weight of everything the story is about. It is a timepiece, which is appropriate for a film about a man defined by his relationship to time. It is his grandfather's watch, which connects it to the chain of generations and the time that accumulates across them. It is the unopened gift that he carried to the island and carried back, the one thing preserved across the full length of the story, unchanged. That he never opened it on the island is the detail that matters most. He could have. It would have been a comfort, perhaps, to have the watch from Kelly, to have something of hers present in the physical world of the island. He chose not to, or the choice made itself. He was going to open it when he got back, he said, and getting back was the thing he was always going to do. And the watch stayed closed because the promise of opening it was its own form of survival, its own way of insisting on the future. The Crossroads ending has been discussed at length across the years since the film's release, and the discussions are themselves evidence of what the ending is doing. It does not resolve, which means people leave the theater still inside the story, still asking the question the story posed. Where does he go? What happens next? Who was the woman in the truck? The film offers the question and withholds the answer, which is the correct artistic choice because the life Chuck is facing at the crossroads is genuinely open in a way that a tidy resolution would have closed. He has survived. He has delivered all the packages. The future is his to navigate. The fact that the ending feels hopeful, despite offering no specific hope, is the film's most precise achievement. The crossroads with the open roads and the winter light over the Texas plains and the direction the woman went. All of it carrying the feeling of something possible without specifying what the something is. The island taught him to move toward the next thing. At the crossroads, he looks toward the next thing. That is enough. Tom Hanks carries the film alone for the majority of its length, which is one of the remarkable feats of screen performance in the decade that produced it. The two versions of Chuck that the film requires, the before and the after, the man who times everything, and the man who has been unmade and remade by 4 years of solitude, are both fully present in the performance. And the after is recognizable as the before while being genuinely different from it. The weight loss and the physical transformation are the visible surface of an interior change that the performance is tracking at every moment, in the way he moves, and the way he holds himself, and the way his face processes information that the earlier version of Chuck would have processed entirely differently. The island sections require Hanks to do something that acting rarely requires, to express emotion without any other person present to express it toward. There is no scene partner on the island except Wilson, and Wilson cannot act. What fills the screen in those long sections is a man in relationship with an environment, with time, with his own mind, and the relationship is as full and as legible as any scene between two people because the performance makes it so. The film's structure is one of its least discussed and most important achievements. It is built in three clearly separated movements: the before, the island, and the after. Each movement has its own atmosphere and its own demands on the audience. The before is almost aggressively ordinary. Memphis, FedEx, Christmas dinner, the relationship with Kelly rendered in the shorthand of a couple who know each other well. The island is long and immersive, and requires the audience to sink into a different experience of time. The after is the film's most emotionally complex movement, the one that asks the hardest questions and refuses to answer them cleanly. The length of the island section, nearly an hour and a half of screen time, much of it nearly silent, is the choice that defines the film. Most adventure films would have compressed the island into a montage, established the key elements of survival, and moved quickly to the rescue. Zemeckis and screenwriter William Broyles Jr. make the opposite choice. They stay. They stay long enough that the island stops feeling like a plot element and starts feeling like a life. They stay long enough that the audience, like Chuck, has had to find ways to fill the time, to endure the repetition, to locate meaning in the smallest events. This is a courageous decision in the context of commercial filmmaking, and it earns everything the film subsequently asks. The silence of the island section is the film's most radical choice, because silence is the condition the narrative is exploring. Chuck's pre-island life is dense with sound. The FedEx hub at night, the party at Kelly's parents', the airport. The island strips this away, and what remains is wind and water and the sound of one man's voice talking to a volleyball. The film does not fill the silence with a conventional film score to soften it. It lets the silence be. Tom Hanks's performance carries the entire weight of this section on his own, which is what makes it historic as a piece of film acting. He has to do what actors almost never need to do: sustain an emotional and psychological arc across a long period of screen time without another actor present to play against, without dialogue in the conventional sense, without the reciprocal energy of a scene partner. What he has is his own physicality, the volleyball, and the camera. What he produces is a portrait of a person so complete that the volleyball's absence at the end registers as the loss of a character. The physical transformation he undergoes, losing significant weight between the shoots, the different hair and beard, and posture and gait of the after-island version of Chuck, is not merely a spectacular acting feat. It is the film's external evidence of the internal transformation. The body showing what the island did because the body is where the island is recorded. The question of what the island teaches Chuck is the film's central philosophical inquiry. He arrives as a man who controls time. He leaves as a man who has been controlled by it, who has spent 4 years in the absolute submission to time's passage rather than its management. The lesson is not simple. It is not merely that time cannot be controlled, which he probably knew before the island. It is something more experiential than that. something that has to be lived rather than understood, which is the specific weight of 4 years passing without your participation in the things that time was supposed to be filling. He missed 4 years of Kelly, 4 years of his friends, 4 years of the news and the culture and the particular texture of the world moving. He cannot recover those years. They are simply gone, in the way that time is simply gone, with the absolute finality that the clock face implies when it is examined closely, rather than merely checked. What he gained in exchange is harder to articulate, but the film trusts that it is there and that it is real. The man who stands at the crossroads at the end is not the man who timed his workers in Moscow. He has been somewhere that took everything away and gave something back that does not have a name in the vocabulary of systems efficiency. He is more present. He is more patient. He has learned to wait in the way that the fishing taught him to wait. Not passively, not without purpose, but in the active, attentive waiting of someone who knows that what they are waiting for will come in its own time, and that the waiting is not wasted time, but the right use of the available time. The Kelly situation is the film's refusal to provide consolation. In a more conventional film, the rescue would be followed by the reunion, and the reunion would resolve into a life together, and the 4 years would have been the price of a love story with a happy ending. Castaway does something harder and more honest. It follows the rescue with the discovery that the life Chuck imagined returning to has become unavailable to him, and that this unavailability is not anyone's fault, and that the love is still real, and that none of these truths resolve the others. Kelly's choice to move on with her life is the film's most carefully protected element. The film does not allow us to condemn her, does not even allow us to be disappointed by her, because it shows us in the scene where she and Chuck talk in the car that she did exactly what she should have done. She waited, she grieved, she rebuilt. She is a good person who made the only reasonable choices available to a person in her situation. And the outcome of those choices is that the life Chuck imagined coming back to has been lived in his absence by someone else, which is what happens to unlived lives. He understands this. The understanding does not make it less painful. But the island has given him a relationship with painful facts that the pre-island Chuck might not have had. The island was entirely composed of painful facts that had to be inhabited rather than solved. And the inhabiting of them is the education that his survival constituted. The undelivered package is the film's most elegant structural element. It appears early, is preserved across the island years and the ocean and the return, and is delivered at the end. Not opened, not explained, just delivered, the obligation fulfilled. Its presence across the full length of the story functions as the counterpart to Wilson. Where Wilson is what Chuck found on the island, the package is what he carried from before the island, the one thread connecting his professional identity to everything that followed. He is a FedEx man. FedEx men deliver packages. He delivers the package. The note he leaves, that the package saved his life, is literally true in the way that obligations save lives. By providing a reason to continue, something to return to, a point beyond the immediate suffering toward which the survival is directed. He did not know what was in the package, and he did not need to know. He needed to deliver it. The note is also the film's most direct statement of something it usually prefers to leave implicit. That meaning in the stripped-down world of survival comes from the continuation of obligation rather than from the fulfillment of desire. He could not have Kelly on the island. He could not have comfort or safety or the ordinary pleasures of a life. He could have the obligation, the package, Wilson, the fire, the fish, the raft. And the obligation was enough to organize the survival around. The crossroads ending is deliberate in its refusal of resolution. And the refusal is not a failure of nerve, but a philosophical statement. Chuck arrives at the crossroads having delivered the last package, and having said goodbye to Kelly, and having done, in other words, everything that the old version of himself had to do. The old Chuck is finished. What comes next is whoever he is going to be after the island, which the film cannot and should not specify, because who that person will be depends on choices that have not yet been made and a future that has not yet arrived. He looks at the roads. He looks at the direction the woman in the truck went. He smiles. The smile is the film's final image, and what it communicates is not the resolution of anything but the opening of something. The opening of a future that is genuinely uncertain, that could go in any direction, that belongs entirely to the person standing at the crossroads, rather than to the systems he used to serve or the life he imagined returning to. He has been made free by the island in a way he could not have been made free any other way, because the island took everything away and returned only him. And what was returned is a person who knows how to wait and how to survive and how to remain present in the moment that is available to him without requiring it to be a different moment. He picks a direction and the film ends, and the picking is the point. The film does not tell us where he goes because the film is not a story about a destination. It is a story about what a person becomes when the destinations are removed and what they find at the crossroads after they have become that person, and whether what they find is enough to move toward. The answer is yes. The smile says yes. The looking down the road, the woman went, says yes. The film ends on the yes and leaves everything else open because everything else should be open. Castaway is in the end a love story. Not only the love story between Chuck and Kelly, though that love story is real and its loss is genuinely painful, but the love story between a person and the experience of being alive, which the island stripped back to its essentials and then, slowly and through enormous difficulty, returned. He loved Kelly before the island, and he loves her still. He loves the fish and the fire and Wilson and the stars over the Pacific and the sound of his own voice in the silence and the first taste of a real meal and the warmth of running water and the feel of a bed that does not move. He loves being alive in the newly comprehensive way of someone who was not sure they would be. That love, the film suggests, is where he goes from the crossroads, in whatever direction the road leads. And so the story of Castaway leaves us at the intersection of those four roads in the late afternoon light, with the Texas sky wide above and the horizon open in every direction, and a man who has come from very far away standing in the middle of it all and choosing, which is the most fundamental act of a life returned to its owner. The island gave back what it took, not what it took exactly, not the time or the life that was in motion when the plane went down, but something that was not there before, something that the suffering and the solitude and Wilson and the raft and the reef and the stars have produced in the person who endured them. He is ready. The road is waiting. Rest gently in this story tonight. The Pacific is quiet. The crossroads will keep until morning. The sound design of the film deserves mention in the context of what the island section is trying to do. Alan Silvestri's score is largely absent from the island, present in the opening and closing movements, but withdrawn during the years on the beach and in the cave. What fills its place is the sound of the place: wind, surf, fire, the calls of birds at dawn. This is not a neutral choice. Film scores exist to tell audiences how to feel about what they are watching. The absence of score in the island section forces the audience to feel about it without guidance, to find their own emotional register for events that might otherwise be shaped by music into something more manageable. The silence is the island's point. The film makes the audience sit in it. Chuck's relationship to the FedEx packages on the island is one of the film's most poignant details, and the film handles it with care rather than sentiment. The packages are the material of his former life, the contents of the ordinary world, things that people put into boxes and sent to other people, and that arrived here instead, on a beach in the Pacific, because a plane went down. He opens them with the urgency of a man who needs tools, and he finds the evidence of lives: the ice skates, the dress, the video. He is not sentimental about what he finds. He is practical, but the practicality does not prevent the objects from being what they also are, which is proof that the world continues to contain people who send things to each other, who have the ordinary needs and wants and relationships that the packages represent. The one he does not open is the film's argument that some obligations are sacred regardless of conditions. He does not open it on the island, where it might have been useful, might have contained something that helped him survive, or something that comforted him, or something that connected him to the world. He does not open it in 4 years of scarcity, not in the dark periods, not during the tooth or the storm, or the moments when Wilson's company was insufficient comfort for the weight of what he was carrying. He keeps it for the person it was addressed to. He delivers it. The delivering is who he is, and who he is the thing the island preserved, even as it changed everything else about him. Rest well.